swear, someday I will have it not on loop. Good morning, everybody. It is Thursday, May 23rd. I had to double check the date like six times before I said that. Um, it is 6:49 Central, 7:49 Eastern, so thank you for joining me early. I hope everybody has had a good week. Week is almost over. My cat is yowling off into the distance. About what? I don't know. I'm in here. She was just in here. Like, she's just being a bud. But anyway, all right, let's get started. Let me pull up my playlist. Stop it, YouTube. All right. Do. I am hot. I needed to run downstairs and turn down my AC, so I definitely did that. All right, where is my playlist for today? There it is. It has the date on it. You would think I'd be able to find it. All right. Do. Okay. I didn't tell you to start the videos. Okay. So I have some clips from the Karen Reed trial, of course. I have Chad Daybell, some updates on the Micah case. I feel like I'm going to have that for a while. Okay, let's see. Here, okay. I just wanted to have these videos up at the top. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. We are going to jump into Karen Reed. Ah! Hold on. Okay, I got it. Hose long to die in cold. Have you guys ever Googled something and then like it changes the spelling of what you're trying to Google because that's been the most frequent Google search?
All right, let's get back to the Karen Reed murder trial today. Jennifer McCabe back on the stand today. It's her third day of testimony. She is a key witness in this trial, as she was the person right next to Karen Reed when O'Keefe's body was found. So let's go to NBC 10's Minash Kungwari. He's live outside Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham. Minash, another already heated day in that courtroom. We're finally learning more about this Google search that both the defense team and the prosecution have brought up. The defense team, in its opening statements even, they've talked about this multiple times.
And that Google search thus far in the trial has been the most eye-opening piece of evidence. And to understand it, you have to know that Karen Reed is being accused of backing her SUV into O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, ultimately leaving him to die on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The defense believes Reed is being framed. Bombshell testimony in the Karen Reed trial. Jennifer McCabe back on the stand for the third straight day, but today was the day we were all waiting for.
Did you delete that search?
The defense finally asked McCabe about a Google search she made the morning John O'Keefe was found. She was attempting to write, quote, "How long does it take to die in the cold?" McCabe stated it was made after she and Karen Reed found O'Keefe dead. So today, the defense revealed Cellbrite data retrieved from her phone. It showed that McCabe made a Google search asking that question at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning, which proves McCabe's earlier statements.
Why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
But the data also shows she made the search at 2:27 in the morning, a time that, if true, was when she was at her home. But McCabe says Cellbrite may not be accurate.
I never searched a 227. That is not reality. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
And you can see there, it became a heated moment in the courtroom. So far in this morning portion, McCabe has been the only witness we have seen today, and she still is on the stand. We expect to learn more from her testimony. We will be updating you when trial concludes for the day. But for right now, we're...
Yeah, that's interesting, right? This cat, dude. You know how they say that cats can, like, be alone and you can just leave them alone for days? This one, you can't do that with this one. Not all cats are like that. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion. I've used Celebrate before, but yeah, not gonna. Not no kitten. Off to Chad Daybell.
And to some serious news today, jurors heard testimony from two more witnesses called by Chad Daybell's defense.
Yes, back in the Ada County courtroom, another big day. And of course, Daybell is the Eastern Idaho man accused of killing his wife of nearly 30 years, Tammy, and then two of his current wife's kids, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
And Abby Davis was in court all day today. Abby, what's the latest on this?
Yeah, well, a DNA expert and a digital forensic examiner took the stand. Let's start with the DNA expert, Greg Hampikian. He's a BSU professor and founder of the Idaho Innocence Project, which works to overturn wrongful convictions. Hampikian said he looked at various documents, electronic files with DNA data, and laboratory records. He said a lab was sent an adhesive with hairs on it, some dark and one blonde. Those hairs did not match Chad, Lori, or JJ.
So at this point, what was basically sent to Estrella, the conclusion is that Chad Daybell was excluded as providing any of the hairs that were provided to Estrella as a positive. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence of anything that you provided that were provided to you through these DNA reports indicating that Chad Daybell's DNA was present on anything?
No.
Under Idaho law, you can be found guilty of first-degree murder even if you did not kill the person. Chad is also charged with conspiracy to commit murder. Before Hampikian, the digital forensic examiner testified. He said Chad's phone was not at his house on important dates in the fall of 2019, including the days right after the kids were last seen. After we were excused for the day, the judge talked to both sides about several witnesses the state wants to call for its rebuttal, which would last several days. The prosecution and defense went back and forth about whether they should be allowed, and the judge did not make a decision today, but could make one if the state calls them back.
Yeah. Well, Abby, the defense didn't rest its case today. What happens next? Where are we?
Yeah, a lot still has to happen. The defense could rest tomorrow. We just don't know. And then, like I mentioned earlier, that rebuttal, then closing arguments, jury instructions, deliberation, and then a verdict. And then we're not done yet, since this is a death penalty trial. If Chad is found guilty, there would be a sentencing phase right after.
Very interesting. Well,
Yeah.
a lot for both.
You know, I used to think it was sick for people to like, I mean, I still do, where people like go and hang out outside of a jail or prison where somebody's being put to death. Like when people partied outside with some of the serial killers that were killed. Kitty, stop, baby. You're moving my lights. Come here. But if he gets the death penalty, that might be one that I would go hang out at. I wouldn't like party, but you know, maybe grab a chair and sit outside. Maybe. I wouldn't, you know, tailgate an execution, but this one I would be happy to be around, you know. If y'all know what I mean. So there, I can't play this video because it's a 14-minute long crime video, but there has been an update in the situation where the dad spiked the girls' smoothies. So if you guys want to check that out, I'm going to put the link in the chat. It's about 14 minutes long. Very impressed with that kid for contacting her parents so that they came and got her. Do 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 do. Let's see what else. Oh, Chad. Oh, this one we already did. So we're just gonna move it up. God, this cat today. Ah, so a man accused of a quadruple homicide has been acquitted. That's nice. Not. Let's hope that he's not the murderer, but that's doubtful.
First, he was accused of murder in Henry County back in 2016. Tonight, he's a free man. Today, a jury acquitted Matthew Baker in a quadruple homicide. Good evening. Thanks so much for joining us for Fox 5 News at 10. I'm Tom Haines in for Russ Spencer.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Now his mother is reflecting on his difficult path to freedom. Fox 5's Christopher King joins us at the live desk with this story. And Christopher, what did she say?
Oh, Courtney, Tom, she's beyond happy. Angie Lanier's son, Matthew Baker, was facing the death penalty. She had to wait nearly 8 long years for a jury to find him not guilty.
They've been rough. They've been really rough.
Angie Lanier and her son have been through hell.
And he's just been keeping his face.
Her son, Matthew Baker, back in 2016, was charged with murdering 4 people. He's been in jail ever since for a crime a jury found her son did not commit.
Just fighting and fighting and fighting.
Prosecutors accuse Baker and 4 other suspects of shooting and killing Destiny Ollinger, Matthew Hicks, Keith Gibson, and Sophia Bullard at a home in the southern end of Henry County.
He said, I didn't do anything. He said, I didn't kill nobody. I'm innocent.
Prosecutors even offered Baker a plea deal that would have kept him behind bars for decades.
He said, they're trying to take my whole entire life away from me. He said, well, I'll never have kids or anything.
Jacob Koski eventually confessed and said Baker was innocent, but Baker remained behind bars.
He was on 23-hour lockdown where he only got to come out for an hour.
Then on Monday, a jury in Henry County found Baker not guilty on all 30 counts.
When you hold your newborn baby for the first time, and that joy that you feel in your heart when you see your baby.
Now her son wants to restart the life he left behind.
Right now, he just wants to spend time with family.
Now, Lanier says Baker prays for the victim's family. She says her own family has been getting death threats. So right now they're in hiding. And she says right now she just wants to make sure her son is safe.
Look, if anybody hates murderers, like, more than most people, it's me. But, like, the person that he was at, or the person that he was in prison with, said that he's innocent. And he was facing the death penalty. And the right thing to do would have been for the state to drop the charges, but yeah. So, yeah, I'm definitely not going to discuss Karen Reed at all because of how crazy it's gotten. My own opinions on conspiracies in general is people see conspiracies that aren't there. They assume because someone did something that their intent was for it to be a conspiracy or whatever. And a lot of times it's a mistake, or the police made a mistake, or there was an issue with the evidence and stuff like that. Regardless of how you feel about the Karen Reed trial, the gathering of evidence was insulting to officer let's remember Officer O'Keefe, for his own brotherhood to have done such a poor job with evidence is insulting. And as somebody that had law enforcement mess up evidence on site in a murder investigation, it's very hurtful because it can mess with um, it's yeah, it's just yeah. I don't even know how to express that I know that evidence was messed up in Austin's murder case to the point that we didn't get justice. So I don't know what justice is in the Karen Reed trial. All I know is that Officer John O'Keefe gets justice for what happened to him. If it was an accident, if it was intentional, whatever it is. And no, there's no need to apologize. I'm just trying to be very careful for myself. I've seen a lot of other creators and creators that I love that are being attacked over this trial, so I'm being overly cautious. So I'm trying to speak in generalizations from my own experience with investigations because I don't want to get into specifics with the Karen Reed trial, but yeah, and it's not uncommon for law enforcement to mess up scenes. Because let's look at some of the most famous murders in the country. Infamous, I should say. Like they messed up with the Charles Manson case. They thought for sure it was this or that, or they messed up with the Otero family. They messed up with John Benet Ramsey. It's not uncommon that police mess up investigations. So we will see. We will see what happens. I don't know what actually happened, but all I know is that somebody's dead and a family is grieving, and the police messed up how to collect the evidence. So, yeah. Oh, and there's a another video from Law and Crime. It's 14 minutes long, so I'm not gonna share it, but there is a model coming out and suing P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Brother Love, whatever you want to call him, for sexual assault back like 20 years ago. Oh, my nose is running. Casey Anthony. Yeah, it's with a C. Yeah, those, like, there's so many trials that were messed up due to O.J. Simpson, right? Let's look at the O.J. Simpson trial. If we didn't have this racist cop on the stand, would they have gotten OJ off? I mean, the glove was a big thing too, but anyway. So Micah Miller's family has been coming out and saying things don't add up. They don't believe that Micah was by himself or by herself. I've seen some people say that the 911 call was AI. I mean, AI is a possibility for anything, but I don't know if it's that. I literally just had the video. Oh, okay. I'm on a different different playlist. I thought that I was tripping there for a second. I clearly, so if you guys follow me on Twitter, you know that I didn't sleep well last night. So I apologize. My nose is running. So her family, things don't add up. They think that they think that it was staged. I don't know what the answer was. I do know that Micah experienced a lot of abuse. I do know that her husband did a lot of really horrible things to her. And if she did take her own life, then she was definitely backed into a corner. They have proven his alibi, but that doesn't mean that he didn't hire someone, it doesn't mean that he didn't have involvement in it. Oh wait, this video is longer. Okay, so I'm going to play the ABC News one. I lied. We're going to get rid of this one. And we're going to watch this one. Yeah, anxiety sucks, man. I try to sleep and my heart and mind are like, nope, we're not going to stop. And it's just, and nothing I've taken really works. Trazodone has worked well for some of my other friends. It gives me horrible migraines. Ambien scares the shit out of me. And now my doctor won't even give me Xanax. So I have to find a new doctor now anyway because I moved away. So, have a 5-minute video from ABC News about Micah.
Tonight, heartbreak and questions in the death of Micah Miller, a loving daughter, friend, and estranged wife of a South Carolina pastor.
I'm still having trouble with it. I can't buy everything that happened.
Angela Clark says she was one of Micah Miller's closest friends, and she says she was one of the last people to speak to Miller before she took her own life. She's speaking out for the first time.
I talked to her Friday night. Our plan was that she was going to meet me for the second service at church on Sunday. My husband walked up to me on the stage in the middle of rehearsal. He got kind of choked up. He almost couldn't get the words out. And he said, Micah's gone. And I said, what do you mean Micah's gone? And he said, Angela, she's dead. So my question is still going to be, what happened between Friday night and Saturday that broke her?
Now, the FBI and U.S. Attorney are helping the Robeson County Sheriff's Department in the investigation.
The FBI can bring a lot of expertise to the table to evaluate both cell phones, text messages, social media, relationship with her husband. You would need the U.S. Attorney's Office, for example, to subpoena phone records. You could get a search warrant. Now, you'd have to have some information that what occurred potentially fits some federal crime.
The 30-year-old calling 911 and threatening suicide moments before she was found dead at a state park in North Carolina on April 27th, about an hour north of where she lived in Myrtle Beach. Her death officially ruled a suicide. Micah's death coming just days after she told a police officer she was scared for her life, and adding that she found a GPS tracker on her car and was being followed. She had filed for divorce last October. Her husband, John Paul Miller, was a pastor at a local church. He first announced his wife's death at the end of a church service, which was live streamed.
I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. Yeah, it was self-induced. I'm sure there'll be more details to come.
He has since been released from his duties for a time of healing, counsel, and guidance, but previously had also spoken at a memorial service about Micah.
I've been down with her body about 4 times this week, and each time it still didn't hit me. I thought she was going to wake up, I even tried to raise her from the dead.
Images released from authorities show Micah the day of her death leaving her house, buying a gun, stopping at a gas station near the park, and then making a call to 911.
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Micah posting shortly before her death, please share this with anyone struggling with leaving a dangerous situation.
God hates divorce because it hurts people. But does abuse hurt people? How do you think God feels about that?
And this was her last Facebook post. When terrible, terrible, terrible things happen to you, y'all know what I'm talking about. RPF, rest in peace face. Miller telling ABC News he didn't have anything to do with his wife's death. He never abused her, and he took care of her as best he could. Angela says she and Micah had connected several weeks earlier after Micah reached out and told her about what she says had been going on in her marriage to Pastor John Paul.
It was really disturbing abuse. There was every kind of abuse you can name. Spiritual abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. The emotional abuse, the physical abuse. I couldn't wrap my head around it.
Angela says it seemed that Micah was getting her life back on track after separating from John Paul.
You could see some light coming back into her eyes, and you know, she was in the Word, she was in the Scripture, she was getting counseling, she was doing all the right things, and I saw an excitement in her.
Angela says that excitement made it so hard for her to process, even after visiting the state park where Micah's body was found.
It was extremely heavy feeling walking that path. All I could think was, gosh, what was she thinking in these moments?
For Micah's family, they say they are grateful for everything everyone has done to help, adding that they are aware of the FBI's involvement but have no personal knowledge of the nature of any FBI investigation and therefore no comment. As the search for answers continues, Angela says she hopes Micah will be remembered not for her death, but for her life.
Micah was a bright light. She loved God. She loved people. She was adventurous. She had the sweetest soul. She said, at this point in my life, I should have listened to God, and I don't think he intended me to be a pastor's wife. He intended for me to be a missionary, and that's what I'm going to do.
Well, you can be both, just not with him.
She was still here because she could have done so much good.
She's so pretty. Like, she's so pretty. And I hate that horrible man broke her down so much that, yeah. So News Nation digs into where the family thinks it was staged. I wasn't going to play the video, but they're different. So I prefer, Sarah, when it comes to the addressing of trials. So, like, I've only streamed one trial on my channel, which was Robert Bardo on trial for the murder of Rebecca Schaefer. So when I put the title, I always put, you know, California versus Robert Bardo, the murder of Rebecca Schaefer. Because for me, it's important that the victim is remembered. It's not about the murder, or it's more about what the murderer did. I hate that, like, we remember more of the serial killers than we do their victims. I don't know what is with this cat today. She keeps jumping all over everything. So that's my preference. But yeah, when I post it, it's going to be like that. The whatever versus, and then the victims' names. I'm trying to figure out when the best time to stream to do the Menendez brothers trial. I was going to do it on Mondays when I finish the Ashes to Advocacy series, but I think I'm going to keep that series going with other people once I finish. So I was thinking maybe Wednesday nights after Catch Justice, I might start streaming the trial. Dude, the cat is, like, literally obsessed with me. If she was a person, I would be afraid. Like, but anyway. So let's see. We're going to go to the News Nation video and see what her family thinks about how she was found. Whoops. Play.
This morning, we're hearing from family and friends of Micah Miller, the pastor's wife in South Carolina, whose death has been making national headlines. Miller's body found in a North Carolina state park. Authorities say she died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Her family and friends tell News Nation they do not believe that she died by suicide. They say they have video to prove it. Investigative correspondent Rich McHugh has the exclusive details.
Good morning, Adrian. The case of Micah Miller here in Myrtle Beach has so many unanswered questions, but the video you're about to see raises even more questions for Micah Miller's family.
Deep inside Lumber River State Park, after an extensive hike and through a stretch of knee-deep water, is this desolate backcountry where authorities say Micah Miller took her own life. This is video her family filmed when they visited.
The theory of suicide does not add up to me, because you're telling me her body floated all the way down this stagnant water and her belongings were all the way up here. We had to walk down a trail, a separate trail, climb through all this mud and trees and fallen debris to even get to where her body was down the water. It's not like she could have, left her belongings and walked down the water and then committed suicide down here, and then somehow the bullets and everything stayed over there.
So the bank where the bird boxes and stuff are is where the shell casings and such were found, and the gun was found forward of that, right in the water, and then her body was about 40 meters away, and the water doesn't flow at all. There's no way she would have floated 40 meters away from the edge. It is as if she was placed there.
In surveillance footage we obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, you can see her leaving home, buying a gun, and stopping at this remote gas station. I went there and spoke with the owner. He saw Micah Miller that day.
Did she look like she was waiting for somebody here?
No. I don't know. She got the drink, came outside, used the restroom, the party party, got her gas, and she was left.
Just an ordinary day.
Nothing special, nothing, like just regular day, regular thing.
She texted me again at 3:47 and said, "Are you singing this Sunday? I'll be at second service." And I said, "Yes."
Micah's friend Angela Clark was among the last to speak with her the night before she died, making plans for Sunday, offering to help with car payments.
She said, "Okay, I'm excited to see you up there."
Despite all the surveillance, she is not buying the official ruling.
This is not somebody that's ready to end their life. This is somebody that's making plans for the weekend,
Right.
And getting her car payment made. Why do you worry about getting your car payment made? For that matter, why do you pay a lawyer $5,000 and file for divorce and have someone served? There's so many unanswered questions. Like I said, I can't wrap my brain around it. None of it there's so much that just doesn't make sense.
Her family agrees. It does not add up.
So you do not believe she took her own life?
I do not. I believe that it was all staged. I believe that the whole thing was premeditated.
It's all part of why the family hopes that the FBI is taking a deep look into this case. Adrian?
Thanks for watching, everybody.
They wouldn't be the first family having trouble accepting that somebody did that to themselves. I've met a couple other people looking for advocacy where, unfortunately, it definitely was a case where the person took their own life, but the family is having trouble accepting it. I do think that there is a lot of things that happened. I do think that it's definitely, whether she did it herself or somebody else was involved, I do think JP is responsible. Something happened. And I don't know what her mental health struggles actually are. Her husband said that she had bipolar disorder, but I don't believe him for 1 second with the stuff that he did, messing with her, taking her car when she was an inpatient, and doing all that. It's possible, like Amanda says, that she didn't want to leave problems for her loved ones, made the car payment, fill up the gas tank. People prepare in different ways. It's not always giving away stuff and making a plan. Sometimes, the type of pain that you can feel from mental health and trauma, it's so unbearable. And then to have somebody like JP constantly at you, not allowing you to escape. I could see how she got at the end of her rope. I can completely understand that. But as horrible as that man is, I also don't put it past him hiring somebody and forcing her to make that phone call. Now, I can't make any judgment on where her body was found and how her body moved through the water. Water does move. Even stagnant water moves a little bit. But I'm not an expert. So I don't know anything about currents or swamps or whatever. So I'm not going to give my opinion on some of that stuff. I'd rather talk to an expert that could tell me, how quickly swamp water moves and things like that before I form any opinion. So if anybody out there knows, oh God, the cat jumped on the keyboard. Ma'am. Anyway, so if anybody out there is an expert on like swamp water and like how it moves and stuff like that, let me know. Send me an email, jessicaforjustice@gmail. I want to hear more. And hopefully my cat didn't mess up anything when she jumped on it. Because I have two keyboards. I don't even need my computer open. I should shut it. Oh, God. Anyway, moving right along. No, stop it! I don't know what... Oh my God. I don't know what is wrong with this. Okay, so I'm going to play a clip of Judge Judy, but I'm only going to play the first minute and a half because this is a clip from Fox News and I'm not playing the whole debate thing. I just want to hear what Judge Judy says.
I love America Reports. America's crime crisis is worrying, but don't take my word for it. I'm not a judge. Judge Judy is. TV's Judge Judy Scheinlin says she's very aware of the chaos unfolding on streets across America and also knows exactly how we got there. Watch this.
Oh, I know how we got here. We got here because a small group of people who had very loud voices created a scenario where bad people got rewarded and the victim got punished by the system. You know, there is always a reason for criminal behavior. You're mentally ill, that's a reason. You took drugs, that's a reason. You took alcohol, your brain is fried. Whatever it is, there's a reason. There is never, excuse me, I get excited. There is never an excuse for bad behavior. And when society started to make excuses for bad behavior and react to criminality based upon the excuses, it fell apart.
And that's all we need. We're not getting into the whole discussion on Fox News, but I thought that clip was important. And I fully agree with Judge Judy on that. I do appreciate that Judge Judy is a little bit more open to stuff, more than like Judge Janine Pirro is. Judge Judy typically stays out of politics too. But I do appreciate her speaking up with this because I fully agree with her. What has happened? We have swung, like in the 90s, we were too hard on crime. And now to fix those mistakes, we've swung way too far to the left. So in the 90s, crime was at an all-time high. We swung so far over to the right and very tough on crime, not rehabilitative or any of that. And then we tried to fix it. And now we've gone too far. Something that's really pissing me off is they're trying to change the terminology from criminal or offender to... No, she's trying to knock my pill bottle on the ground. To justice impacted individual. So not criminal, not offender. They want to change it to justice impacted individual. No, because the victim is a victim of a criminal who chose to offend. So, why are you chewing on that? God, I don't know what's wrong with this cat today. But, yeah, so I don't support that. Victims come first in my mind. Sorry. All right, so now we're moving on to Chicago.
Thank you. And breaking this morning, a man is fighting for his life in the hospital after he was shot during a robbery at a gas station in Washington Park.
Let's get right to CBS 2's Mugo Digwe. She's live at Chicago Police Headquarters with some surveillance video of this incident. Good morning, Mugo.
Yeah, good morning to you, Ryan and Dana. So we know the shooting happened around 1:40 this morning. Chicago police say the 28-year-old victim was hit in the chest and he is now in the hospital in critical condition. But as you said, we obtained surveillance video of the robbery and shooting. Just take a look at your screen right now because you can see this white Lexus driving by. It pulls into the Super Safe gas station on Garfield and Wabash. The driver parks next to an SUV where two men are at the pump. Now, you can't make out what is happening behind that SUV, but seconds later, you can see a man being chased before he then falls to the ground. And we're going to pause the video here because it appears that is when the man was shot. Now, the robber proceeds to go through the man's pocket while he's still on the ground in pain before running back to the white Lexus and driving off. According to Chicago police, both the 28-year-old victim and another man he was with were robbed. Again, that 28-year-old victim was taken to the hospital in critical condition, and we know the robber got back in that white Lexus and took off. Chicago police say right now they are still investigating and no one has been arrested.
Yeah, you can't trust any kind of vehicle coming up on you. Luxury. One of my, somebody I know got robbed at Walmart at like 10 a.m. and it was a Mercedes that pulled up on her. And so in Illinois, there's a politician that's trying to change the terminology. If you Google it, it'll come up. Change it from offender criminal to justice impacted. And one of the people that's running for district attorney, the Democrat candidate in Harris County, also uses the term justice impacted. So you can imagine how good that makes victims feel in Harris County. It's going to be a shit show because he's very likely to win. Unfortunately, our current district attorney did not win the nomination because people want someone like him. Until crime ends up at some people's door, they just don't understand. And, you know, my whole life I have fought for equal rights. I have fought for people to be treated fairly by the system. I come from an immigrant family. I know what it's like for people not to trust the police and all that. You know, but then when Austin was murdered and the way that I was treated by the system, it made me so angry, and I saw this whole other side to the system. So, of course, I don't want anybody innocent thrown in prison. But at one point, like Judge Judy said, at what point do we stop making exceptions? And it's ridiculous. And exactly, Poke Mom, justice impacted is not the person that decided to commit a crime. That's the victims. The victims are impacted. The criminals made a choice. There's a big fucking difference. That shit really, oof. I think, yeah. Let's see, blood pressure medication before I get into that conversation again. Anyway, so a former Major League Baseball pitcher was busted in a sex crime ring. Gross.
A former Boston Red Sox player and 26 other men arrested in an undercover sex crimes investigation.
As Zach Wilcox reports, the Jacksonville sheriff says federal, state, and local law enforcement partners work together to make the busts.
In their minds, they knew they were meeting minors and they were going to a specific location to have sexual intercourse with kids.
Over the course of 4 days in late April, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office arrested 24 men, one by one, at a house they'd set up in traffic stops and at gas stations across the city.
Hey, come to me, turn around.
Investigators say each of them thought they were meeting up with a child they'd been talking with online, but instead were handcuffed.
Why would I do this? Why?
They arrested another 3 people later, bringing the total to 27.
As you can see from these photographs, these men run the gamut of ages, backgrounds, and races, but I'm just very happy that they're off the street.
Some of the men arrested had significant profiles in the community, like Austin Maddox, a pitcher for the 2017 Boston Red Sox, or Malcolm McGee, a sergeant with the Army National Guard. First Coast News crime and safety expert Mark Bachman says the development in technology has made it easier for predators to hide in plain sight and easier for them to be caught.
The internet evolved and all these different chat rooms, databases, websites came up and they were used. And they've just been exploited over the last decade. It's all captured. You have all of it, you memorialize it, you bring it in.
According to arrest reports, officers use websites like Skip the Games, Whisper, and No Strings Attached Jacksonville to start talking with the men. Sheriff Waters says the arrests serve as a reminder for parents to stay vigilant.
It's very important for us to set as many protections on our computers and to pay attention to what our kids are doing. If you don't, sometimes these kind of things happen.
Well, that was Zach Wilcox reporting. The men face several charges, including coercing sexual activity for human trafficking, which is a first-degree felony.
Good. Get him. Like when it comes to the criminal justice system, I don't think anything blanket is correct. You know, we can't look at misdemeanors and felonies the same. We can't look at violent crime the same as victimless crime. But what exactly is victimless crime? If you're stealing somebody's car, that's not necessarily victimless. If you're doing drugs, well, that's different. That's you, yourself. I think that people that are addicted to drugs need rehab. I think that they need a chance to do better. They should have services offered to them. And I look at people like that in a much different category than somebody that goes around stealing from all the Walmarts because they're part of a criminal enterprise. But if they're somebody that is stealing baby formula because they can't afford it, well, that's different. And you're going to know if they're stealing it for criminal enterprise or themselves. If they're going out with 20 freaking things of Tide, they're going to resell that. That's probably not for personal use. And the issue with shoplifting is that some areas are losing so much money that they've had to shut down. There's areas of Chicago where they had to shut down Walmarts. So people don't have access to the same things anymore. And the system needs to be changed completely. What we're doing now is not working. You know, we've been too lax on some things, and then the criminal justice system's overflowing. We're backed up from COVID. There's so much wrong. It's like, where do we even start to fix it? So it's just... It's very discouraging, you know, especially somebody in my position looking at it. I don't want to tell people, you know, how horrible the system is that have just been thrust into it, but you also have to prepare them that it's not what you think it is, you know? Like Law and Order SVU is a TV show. Most people's knowledge of the criminal justice system is from Law and Order, and it doesn't work that way. You're lucky they don't talk to the fucking people as much as they do on Law and Order. Like, I saw the detective twice, ever. Yes, and if you can afford a good attorney, too. And in Harris County, the prosecutors make less money than the public defenders, and that's not right. So the prosecutors, they go through a lot of prosecutors because they're not making that much money. And yeah, but I also saw, I was looking at advocate positions, and there was a rape crisis advocate that's supposed to be on call 24/7, $45,000 a year. Like, I'm sorry. You want me to be on call and meet people at hospitals and do this really taxing thing that is definitely going to impact my mental health, but you want me to make $45,000 for it? In this economy? Are you insane? $45,000. And that's a really tough job, too. It's insulting to offer $45,000. But anyway. So, squatters have been an issue all over the country. Some of it is because, people just can't afford it and they're staying in places, but there are people where like their whole thing is to just squat in a home and get away with it as long as they can. So Georgia has recently changed laws to combat squatting, and a lot of states are doing the same thing.
New at 5. Georgia's new tougher penalties against squatters are now the law of the land.
The new law comes after a series of Channel 2 Action News investigations exposed the loophole squatters were taking advantage of. Now, consumer investigator Justin Gray is looking into how local police departments are using their new powers to criminally charge squatters.
Karen, we've been reaching out to police departments, solicitors general, and local magistrates about this to see if criminal citations are now being written to squatters. Many of the departments tell us they are still trying to figure out how all of this is going to work, but South Fulton has already created a special task force just to go after squatters, armed with the authority of this new law.
I know everybody thinks you can go in the house and squat and sit there. That law changed the other day. That law changed the other day.
When police officers knocked on the door of this South Fulton home this month, armed with new powers to cite squatters criminally on the spot, the suspected squatters ran out the back door.
All these fake leases, and I got receipts for this, and I rented this. Nope. That's over with.
So we're basically putting these squatters on notice. The law has changed.
Y'all squatting in my house.
It was a very different scene earlier this spring when police were called to Paul Callan's DeKalb County home.
They'll break in your house and then use the law to stay in there.
Where is it? You have the lease, ma'am? I do. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, bro, you got a full lease.
Police body camera video was rolling as officers were handed what they suspected was a fake lease.
So you got somebody with a fake lease?
Yeah, I think the lease is fake, but it's no way I can prove it.
So the officers just left, told Callens and the suspected squatter it's not a criminal matter.
This will take time. Like, we can't put you out because we're not here for that. And he'll have to deal with it with law courts and stuff like that. They shouldn't be in there for, a minute. They should be, out immediately.
Are you selling a squatter home right here? After an exclusive Channel 2 Action News hidden camera investigation and a series of viral Channel 2 Action News squatter stories, Georgia lawmakers rewrote the law on squatters, spelling out that this is a crime that must be dealt with in magistrate court in a matter of days, not weeks or months.
So this is no longer a civil matter. Once this law was passed, it has now became a criminal offense.
Hi, yeah, it's Justin Gray from Channel 2. Are you squatting in this home? No, I'm not. You're not? This is one of the first houses South Fulton police have visited under the new law just last week. They determined the suspected squatter is in the eviction process with the corporate landlord who is looking to recoup $60,000 in unpaid rent. You feel like you all can react quicker now?
Absolutely. I think with the current law that is now in effect, we will be able to react more proactively.
Let's go back to Paul Callan's home. Channel 2 Action News cameras were there the day marshals evicted Takesha Bailey from the house. But look what we found right down the street a few weeks later. Criminal trespass notice. DeKalb Marshals been evicted by the DeKalb Marshals office. Jane Doe evicted here according to the paperwork, but look at the belongings. See anything familiar? How about the same suitcase? We noticed the luggage tag here, Takesha Bailey. That's the same woman at the other home. According to court records, the alleged squatters here claim to have been scammed. That's the same thing Takesha Bailey says about Paul Callan's house. Bailey told me in an Instagram message that she's no squatter, that she is a scam victim who was evicted from suspected squatter homes twice in a month.
So, yeah.
It's crazy. Like, I literally just spent half of my tax money in here. I'm here with my kids.
It's crazy because they're just going to find the next victim and get out of that one.
But under the new Georgia law, suspected squatters now will immediately be issued a criminal citation.
So y'all can pass the word around. All this squatting the other day.
And so under the new Georgia law, suspected squatters are supposed to immediately be issued a criminal citation and have 3 days to present a lease. If that lease is fraudulent, this goes from a misdemeanor case to a felony. Another thing with the new law is that it doesn't have to just be the homeowner who reports this. Now anyone, a neighbor, an HOA can call police and say, we want you to investigate this squatter home.
And it looks like what you found, though, was some of the people renting the homes didn't know they were squatting. They were giving their money to a company that was
bullshit.
Being bad with them. We see that in some cases. We also see people saying that, and that is what gets worked out in court. That is what these magistrate courts are going to decide.
I don't think the lady that was in the two houses is a victim. Come on, you just happen to be evicted from two different squatter homes in 1 month. Oh yeah, my wardrobe for CrimeCon. So I'm broke. If y'all didn't know, I am broke. I bought some clothes from Temu. I tried them on and they fit, so we'll see what makes it to CrimeCon. I was gonna buy shirts that had my logo and stuff on it, but I'm broke. There's a lot of stuff going on, uh, unfortunately, that I can't discuss publicly. But yeah, let's just say there's a reason I'm able to stream whenever. So, but yeah, I bought some clothes on Temu, and not bad actually. I wear it like a lot? No. Oh yeah, PayPal. I totally forgot about PayPal. CrimeCon is in a week. CrimeCon starts on the 30th and it ends on the 3rd. And I booked all this stuff like 6 months ago before all this stuff happened. So I prepaid for everything except the hotel. So that's going to suck to pay for that because I thought that I had paid for that already. But it turns out I paid for the True Crime Podcast Festival with my points instead of that one. So yeah. Anyway, I promise I'll figure out my PayPal. I think it's my first and last name email, but I could be wrong. So I will. All right, I'm going to open PayPal right now and just leave it open so I look at it later. Because if you guys don't remind me of something, I'm just. My mind is. Forgets very quickly. So one of the reasons why I really wanted to go to CrimeCon this year is because it starts 2 days. I am coming to Denver in July. Yes, that is already all taken care of. Wait, no, I lied. I have to get a flight for that. I might drive to Denver. I don't know. I might, because Shay and I are going to go together and she's in Dallas. So, but yeah, I'll be there for the True Crime Podcast Festival. Yeah. Ever since I moved to this house, like, everything has been going wrong, unfortunately. So, like, that's one of the reasons why I wasn't on last week at all. Um, like, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. And some of it I legally cannot talk about publicly. But yeah, I am looking for a new remote job though. Yeah, so Shay is in Dallas, and it's a 12-hour drive from Dallas to Denver. Because renting a car would probably be cheaper than both of us flying. And I like having control. I mean, 12 hours is a long time, but it's not at the same time. So we'll see. And I don't mind driving at all. And then if I have someone with me, it's not so bad. So I have to talk to her about it because I have no idea yet. I have 3 free days of renting on Hertz. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's been like such bad luck. Like, if I had good luck, like I had bad luck, like things would be amazing. But it's like literally anything that could go wrong has gone wrong. And it's just like I'm having issues with the house, things I was promised. I was supposed to buy it next year, and now I can't. There's stuff going on with the leasing company, and he's not a good person. I'll just say that. And yeah, maybe if I go on kick and start drinking or something, I'll tell you guys more. But some of it I literally legally cannot tell you. So if I see you in person, I am more than happy to tell you the things that are going on in my life. But some of it I could get sued for talking about. So anyway, serial killers are back in the news. It's been a very busy time for serial killers in the news. There is Rex has been in the news for new searches of his home, and then there was another known serial killer that was attacked in prison. So first, we're going to see what updates there have been on the search of Rex Heuermann's home.
Investigators back at the home of accused Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann for the second straight day. Members of the Gilgo Beach Homicide Task Force seen walking out of the home with a box. They still haven't said why they returned to Heuermann's home as he awaits trial. Long Island reporter Shantae Lands live outside the home in Massapequa Park with more. Shantae?
Well, Sandra, you hit the nail on the head. What exactly is the Gilgo Beach Task Force returning here to look for inside Rex Heuermann's home, and also what brought them back here in the first place? Large bags brought out along with bins and boxes, and even a notebook. Some of the many items of evidence taken out of accused Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann's Massapequa Park house.
I think it's crazy that what could be happening in there, what they're looking for, what they're looking to bring out of there.
Investigators return after 10 months setting up tents once again in the front yard. You can see one carrying what looks like a camera bag, walking it to a trailer.
Oh man, I can't believe it. Really, it's shocking again.
Etienne Divier is Rex Heuermann's next door neighbor of 30 years. He says state police knocked on his door when they arrived to Heuermann's home yesterday morning.
He kind of, filled us in on what was going on and what they're doing, and they got a search warrant, and they're gonna be here for a few days. And I said, how long? And they said, we really don't know.
Heuermann's daughter, whose face is blurred, we're told was home. His wife, Asa Ellerer, and their son were out of town.
I spoke to Chris the other day, the son, and he told me that they were very upset that they delayed the trial.
Suffolk County District Attorney Ray Tierney staying tight-lipped about the return to Heuermann's home.
Investigations evolve, new information comes in, and as that new information comes in, it becomes necessary to take additional steps, and that's what we're doing.
This after a wider wooded search in and around Manorville over the past few weeks. The DA confirming it's part of the same investigation. 4 of the 10 Gilgo Beach remains have been tied to Heuermann, who's been charged with murder. The remaining 6 murders are unsolved. The Gilgo Beach Task Force returning, bringing back out onlookers and neighbors alike.
It's just something that, we were biking. We're like, let's go take a look.
Just being nosy, I guess.
I hope this is the guy that did it, and they put him away.
Do you think they have the right guy?
Geez, I don't know. I never seen Rex as a violent person, to tell you the truth. So I don't know. For the sake of the kids, I hope they don't have the right guy.
My next door neighbor Etienne says Heuermann's wife plans to move out within the next few years. As far as this investigation at their home, it's expected to last at least several days. Live in
I feel for the family. I hate that this is happening again. I know that they tore up the home last time. So they're having to go through that again. I think the son has a disability of some kind. I'm not sure. And the daughter being home when they show up. Like, I couldn't imagine going through what they're going through. And then, find out that your dad's possibly a serial killer, and then law enforcement shows up not once but twice to rip apart your house. So, and who would buy the house? If they try to sell it, who the hell would buy it? I mean, probably somebody in true crime would buy it, honestly. So if you go anywhere where there's cows and there's a bull, stay the fuck away from the bull. Bulls are not nice. They will hit you and run into you. I don't know if any if you've seen the running of the bulls and or ever been to a rodeo, but this woman in Mexico apparently has never seen or done any of those things.
Ay, la señora.
Please don't do that. Please. Please get away. Moral. Kidding me? Jesus. Lady, please get away. You're not doing us any favors. Get him. Get him. Get the away. We tried to tell you.
Vele a ayudar, córrele.
Hey, por atrás.
Por atrás.
Hey, por atrás, gordo. Por atrás, güey. Hey, cuidado, cuidado,
That bull is very interested in whatever is in that bag. But she went up to that bull like it's like her teenage son or something, you know? You can't scold a bull. That's just not how that works. I grew up on a farm and like no. Mm-mm. I don't know, it's Mexico. They're just the bull lives by the beach. I don't know. He's just hanging out. There's probably a farm nearby. He wanted to get a tan. No idea. So, a trial for a murder in Dallas has begun. The victim is Kayla Kelly.
Today is day one in the murder trial for Ocaster Ferguson, the man accused of kidnapping and killing his girlfriend last year.
Kayla Kelly was reported missing in January of 2023. The body of the McKinney woman was found days later, buried in a shallow grave in Grand Prairie. NBC5's Alana Quillen is live at the Collin County Courthouse to recap the case being presented to jurors later today. A lot of us remember this one, Alana.
Yeah, and the detective work by the Collin County Sheriff's Office spans the entire DFW Metroplex, from finding Kayla Kelly's burned out vehicle in Frisco to the heartbreaking discovery of her body in Grand Prairie. Now, what we know about this case really comes from the affidavit, the arrest affidavit of 33-year-old Ocaster Ferguson. Investigators say he was a married man who had been dating Kelly since the summer of 2022 when they met online. He used the fake name Kevin in their relationship, and when Kayla Kelly went missing on January 11th, 2023, her family and friends told police she had found out Ferguson's real identity and that he was married. They claimed she had threatened to tell his wife about the affair. According to the affidavit, police looked through Kelly's phone records and found text conversations with Ferguson leading up to her disappearance. On January 12th, just a day later after she went missing, Frisco police found Kelly's burned out car on a deserted county road with evidence of arson. Ferguson's vehicle was then found near Kelly's duplex in Collin County with gloves and duct tape inside. Rideshare data corroborated this, according to police. Investigators say they were also able to trace his movements to the burned out vehicle, Kelly's home, and a wooded area near his house in Grand Prairie. It was that wooded area where officials found Kelly's body buried in a shallow grave. The medical examiner listed her cause of death as asphyxia. Ocaster was arrested on kidnapping, murder, and arson charges and was held on a more than $2 million bond. He has not bonded out in the year and a half since leading up to his trial. That trial is expected to start at 9 o'clock today.
It amazes me that people think that they can get away with murder, you know, like, oh, my wife's going to find out I'm having an affair. Let me kill this person. Like, I guess they don't know the technology and stuff. Like there's cameras everywhere, DNA evidence everywhere. The rideshare app had the information. There's metadata. There's so much stuff. So it was announced, I think, yesterday that there's a criminal investigation that has been launched in the death of Matthew Perry. Matthew Perry was found to have had a lot of ketamine in his system, enough that it was an anesthetic and he was asleep from it. But they're looking into how he got the ketamine.
Alvin, a criminal investigation is underway tonight into the death of Friends star Matthew Perry.
The investigators focusing on the amount of ketamine found in the actor's body, and they want to know where it came from. Perry was found dead last October in a hot tub at his home in the Pacific Palisades.
KTLA 5's Sandra Mitchell joins us now with more on this developing story. Sandy?
Sharon, just moments ago, I spoke with a retired DEA agent who told me this case could be very similar to the Michael Jackson death investigation. Now, if a doctor was prescribing ketamine outside the scope of what was medically necessary, he says the doctor could be charged in the case. Michael Jackson, of course, died of an overdose of propofol, and his doctor was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. The question now, where did Matthew Perry get the ketamine? Almost 6 months after his death, local and federal investigators are trying to determine where actor Matthew Perry got the drug that killed him.
They are taking a serious look at why he died, how he died, and who supplied him with the drugs that resulted in his death.
Back in December, the LA County Medical Examiner ruled Perry's death accidental and determined the 54-year-old died from the acute effects of ketamine. Perry was reported to be receiving ketamine infusion therapy for depression and anxiety. But the autopsy revealed the ketamine in his system at death could not be from that therapy. So now the DEA is leading the investigation, assisted by the LAPD and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. KTLA legal analyst Allison Treasel.
Appears to indicate that perhaps the theory here is that someone mailed these drugs to Matthew Perry using the Postal Service, and therefore the federal government would be involved.
Because I went to an all-boys high school and God is making up for it?
Perry, best known for playing Chandler Bing on the hit show Friends, was found dead in his hot tub in Pacific Palisades in late October.
Anybody know a good tailor?
Here in California, prosecutors have charged fentanyl dealers with murder, and Treasel says any new state laws could have an impact on this case.
The legislature has been working on laws to actually charge individuals that supply a lethal dose of drugs with murder, second-degree murder, but that's been cases related to fentanyl as opposed to ketamine.
So when I talked with Allison Treasel this afternoon, she also told me the charges at a federal level could be even more severe, more prison time. We're going to have the very latest on my conversation with that DEA agent and his thoughts on the case coming up on the KTLA 5 News at 10.
Yeah, I mean, he could have been on ketamine for therapy. That is something for depression. I've thought about doing it, but it's a low dose and it's normally under the care of a doctor. I mean, you can get it mailed, but it's pretty low doses. So for him to have enough to have that kind of effect, somebody made a mistake or he made a mistake. I had mentioned another serial killer, and I forgot to play that video right after Rex. I have a couple serial killer videos. So, serial killer Robert Pickton is in critical condition after being attacked in prison.
Corrections Canada has confirmed that this past Sunday, Robert Pickton was the victim of a major assault by another inmate at the Port Cartier Maximum Prison in Quebec. He was allegedly speared in the head with a broken broomstick and is undergoing surgery. And for Sarah DeVries and Lorelei Williams, they don't believe Robert Pickton is a victim. And here on this rainy day, they came to honor the true victims, their families.
They're not going to be forgotten, and they're going to be remembered and honored still.
Sarah's mother, also named Sarah, went missing in 1998. Lorelei Williams' cousin, Tanya Holick, went missing in 1996. Both women's DNA was found on the farm in Port Coquitlam, formerly owned by Robert Pickton and his family. Robert Pickton was never convicted of either women's deaths, so this is their way of having some closure.
Like when I think of my cousin, I just want to cry. I was crying all last night as I was thinking about my mother and thinking about her spirit.
For Bernie Williams, whose mother and sisters were murdered on the mean streets of Vancouver's downtown east side, she also agrees today is not about Pickton, but about the families. Robert Pickton was only convicted of 6 women, but charged with dozens more.
Every sick monster, he deserves to go out in a body bag. The families are never ever gonna receive the justice that I believe that was taken from them. I think about the other women. There was 33 women, and there's no justice. So today, he's not even part of my equation today.
For Angela Marie McDougall, who knew many of the women who went missing or were murdered, she says that jailhouse justice was finally delivered to a predator that preyed on vulnerable women on these streets.
I really started to look back on the last decades of the numbers of serial killers, including this one, that have been in this neighborhood, and reflecting back on that and what it's taken for families and communities to organize, to make visible the disappearances and the deaths, and also, in a big way, holding policing and the larger system accountable for their lack of action.
And back at Trout Lake, for the families, they don't want his assault to overshadow the real story, their loved ones.
I don't want people to forget her face, her name, and what this did to our families.
Tina House, APTN National.
Yes, I fully understand that. Poke Mom, yes, butterflies are a much better option, but they are very expensive. Austin's family and I, for the first anniversary, we released butterflies, and they were shipped from Florida. And it was beautiful, and I have a photo of me holding a butterfly. It was the first or second anniversary. I can't remember. But I know a lot of families that do balloon releases, and it's like, I don't want to chastise them for doing that. So I'm trying to figure out a way to address the problem of balloon releases, because I can't tell you how many times I have seen balloons released, and I hate it. I hate it because I know what it does to the environment. So if you guys have ideas that I can help give families to do something for a memorial or at an event that's doesn't cost a lot of money. A lot of families are paycheck to paycheck families, and they don't have a ton of money to pay for the butterflies or stuff like that. So something that's safer than releasing balloons. Maybe blow bubbles, but I don't know that they'd want to do that. But yeah, so I do remember the Cleveland record breaking balloon release. That was horrible. But yeah, so message me on Twitter and give me some ideas, because I need to come up with a list for some of these families, because it hurts my heart to see all the balloons go up into the sky, but I don't want to add on to their pain too. So Another serial killer, a suspected, do-it-yourself paper lanterns, maybe. I'll have to look into that. A suspected Miami serial killer that targeted homeless people has been determined unfit to proceed for trial, which maybe that's accurate, maybe it's not. Let's find out.
Welcome back. A real estate agent turned serial killer will avoid going to trial after a judge ruled that he was incompetent.
The man allegedly targeted and killed several homeless in Miami. NBC6 reporter Christian Colon was inside the courtroom where the suspected killer spoke out against the ruling.
Making another short video. On social media, he provided advice as a real estate agent. But in 2022, Miami-Dade state attorneys labeled him a serial killer targeting the vulnerable.
There's no arguments, and it's my innocence. They know I'm innocent.
Willie Maceo claiming he's not the killer, but video allegedly shows him leaving the crime scenes of several stabbings and shootings. Police say Maceo murdered 2 homeless men and attempted to kill another.
When he reverses out of his window, you'll see that is a flash, the muzzle flash of the bullets going towards Mr. Price.
But after 2 years since the killings, Maceo evaluated by a doctor and a judge ruled he wouldn't be able to stand trial because of his mental state.
I need to send you to the state hospital. It might be a long time, it might be a short time. I'm gonna ask that you please listen to the doctors.
Maceo furious with the decision.
I haven't committed no crime. I haven't made no offense. I haven't violated no one's right. However, mine have been, and it's just not right. It's just not right.
Judge explained her ruling was based on the doctor's evaluation and the history of trips to the hospital Maceo's had relating to his mental health.
And Maceo will be transferred from the county jail to the state hospital for mental health treatment. If he's ever found competent, those murder trials will continue. In Miami, Christian Colon.
That's terrifying, because like if that guy would have approached me while I was out at a bar or something, he's a good-looking, well-spoken guy. I would have given him the time to talk to me. I wonder what determined that he was incompetent to stand trial. I'm very curious about that. Very much so. All right, let's see. So in Los Angeles, they arrested a suspect for sexual assault, and they found a rape dungeon on wheels.
Brace yourself for a first exclusive look inside what investigators call a, quote, rape dungeon on wheels. Oh my God. Described as rigged for rape. Condoms, ropes, bungees, children's toys, multiple cell phones and hard drives. And the mattress, worn, stained, disgusting. And I can say in almost a 20-year career, this is the most disturbing scene I've ever been in. Now, all of that evidence has, of course, been processed. Everything that's in here is what's left. Investigators say the man they call a serial rapist would lock women inside this mobile cage, locked in from the outside, behind this metal partition with no escape, except for by their scream that they describe as blood-curdling. Detectives say that scream likely saved a 26-year-old woman's life. 40-year-old Eduardo Sarabia is now locked behind a similar metal cage on suicide watch. He was arraigned on Wednesday, formally charged with 2 felony counts of sexual assault for forcible rape of 2 women this week alone. But based on this setup, detectives believe there are many more yet to come forward. LA County Sheriff's deputies say the man lived inside this 2015 Ford Transit van where he would offer females a ride, say he was camping up in the San Gabriel Mountains, and then take them to a dark, scary, remote location in the Angeles National Forest with no chance of a cell signal. It's up Highway 39 in Azusa Canyon at mile marker 21 in a pitch black dirt turnout. And inside this, quote, rape dungeon, investigators say that's where Sarabia would rape and molest them. Unfortunately, this looks like it's only the beginning of what's to come. So many more potentially victims out there. We know of 2 right now. Of course, if there's any more, definitely you're encouraged to come forward to the sheriff's department. And it's really a miracle that they found this van. 2 deputies patrol that area, 400 square miles of the Angeles National Forest. So they had a very limited description to go off of this van. They spotted it and then happened to stumble upon it when there was a rape in progress, according to...
A rape in progress. So
Yeah.
they go in there and save this woman as it was happening.
They heard the blood-curdling scream and went in, and she said, "Save me." He's got a knife up against her neck, and I'm sure the deputies, of course, had no idea too, like what they were gonna, what was gonna happen to them. So they definitely are heroes.
We can understand why this stuck with you. It's just, there are no words really.
I mean, you guys know, we've seen it all.
Sure.
We've seen it all. I'm still shaking from it. It was just to think about what they probably had to go through. And the smell that came out of that van.
Do we know anything about him? Did he have a history?
There's a lot more that we unfortunately can't talk about yet because we don't want to jeopardize the case, of course. But we do know he's from Mexico. He is an illegal immigrant. We don't know yet about his background. But yeah, I think that there will be a lot more to come on this. Just that elaborate setup, though, from the investigators, the sources that I've been talking to over the last 4 days, they definitely think that there's a lot more than just 2 victims.
Yeah, disgusting serial rapist. I guess the only good thing is that he also isn't a serial killer. And good for the deputies, doing their job and patrolling, and the victim, even though she's in the middle of nowhere, she kept screaming and was able to, be saved. So speaking of kidnapping, there was another kidnapping that happened in Houston, but the victim was able to outsmart her kidnapper and help the police arrest him.
Only on 13, 2 kidnappings in 2 days, and Houston police say a man targeting delivery drivers held them at gunpoint and forced them to drive to ATMs. ABC 13's Alex Bozarjan is live with how he was caught. Alex?
Eric, it's all due to a language barrier. The second victim paints the picture like this. The suspect is wearing a ski mask, holding a gun to him and forcing him to drive. But during that time, he's able to convince the suspect to let him call his wife, who knew better English. Then his wife starts tracking her husband's location, leading police straight to them. Juan Chavez walked us through exactly how a phone call from his wife Vanessa saved his life. Juan said it was a life or death situation and Vanessa's heart sunk. She had been tracking his location as he made late-night Uber Eats deliveries on May 15th. Her gut told her something was wrong, so she called until he picked up.
I immediately say, I'm calling the police, right? And as soon as I say that, I hear the man's voice, and he's like, "You're not calling the police. Like, I need you to send him to his account $2,000.
Juan says this man, Houston Stevens, approached him with a gun at Whataburger on Gessner Road.
Take it easy.
In his broken English, he convinced Stevens to let him phone Vanessa.
I just really quickly was like, okay, find a Bank of America. In my head, I was like, I'm gonna buy my husband some time so I can call the police.
She says Stevens eventually hangs up and Juan's location goes blank. But police were already en route to Fondren Road in southwest Houston, the last place she tracked him. He had a gun to me for so long at that point, and I was scared, says Juan. He says they moved on from the Bank of America and made it to this Chevron, where police were already waiting.
One of the police officers calls me and he's like, Vanessa, we have your husband, he's safe.
Houston police say Stevens had kidnapped and robbed a Domino's delivery driver the day before on Hammerly Road. This map illustrating the ground police say he managed to cover between the 2 days of alleged criminal activity.
I'm really happy that they did catch the guy.
Vanessa says this was her husband's side hustle and a way to support their twin babies. But food delivery is no longer a source of income they care to consider.
We would have never imagined something like that could happen. to him. So I told him, you're not doing Uber Eats anymore.
In Spring Branch, I'm Alex Bozargian, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Spring Branch! That's right where I used to live. Because like there's the highway that separates like Memorial area and then Spring Branch. So I was on the other side of the highway, but I went into Spring Branch a lot. Yes, I recommend everybody has at least one person that can track their locations. I have a couple people that have my locations just in case. I wish that my roommate would allow me to have his location, but he won't. And I don't blame him. That's his right. But like, he's really good at not texting or like not telling me. He'll say I'm leaving work and then doesn't come home for 2 hours because he has time blindness because he has ADHD too. Like that's one of his things is definitely time blindness. Like if he cooks dinner, definitely have a snack before because it will be a 3 to 4 hour process. He's a great cook. But it takes a lot. So a couple things happening in San Antonio that I'm going to share. Also, I really don't go anywhere. I am home like 90% of the time. I think I might start like walking around the neighborhood. So like I'm walking is like since I moved, I don't really go anywhere. I have had my groceries delivered the last 3 times because Amazon has been cheaper than the local grocery store. And oh, I accidentally activated my Alexa. I have like 6 Alexa things in this room. Its name is Amazon. Anyway, so go on Amazon Fresh, check the deals because for me, the meat was cheaper, peanut butter's cheaper, like all those kinds of things are cheaper, and they have a lot of deals. Like the other day, I got 2 6-packs, I think it was, or maybe it was 2. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was a pack of bottles from Amazon, and they had a special. If you bought 2 of them, it would be 2 for $4 each, so $8. But somehow the rebate messed up when I was buying it, and I paid like 98 cents for the Diet Coke. And the other day they had kitty litter. Kitty litter that's normally $14 was $4. So just take a look at Amazon. You never know what kind of deals you're going to get. I get some weird deals on there all the time, and I like to save money because, like we talked about earlier, I am broke. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Donna. Thank you guys for stopping by. So the next 3 stories are going to be in San Antonio. The first one is a woman that shot her husband in the head while he was sleeping. And then a Bexar County deputy accused of assault. And then a young man's headstone was stolen. Who the hell steals a headstone? The good news is that it's been returned, but who does that?
A man is dead after a shooting in a Northwest Side neighborhood. It happened around 4 this morning in a neighborhood near 1604 and Kyle Seal Parkway. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office says the man's wife is now facing a murder charge. KENS 5's Vanessa Croy has the details on the case.
The sheriff says the couple was nearing the end of their marriage when this morning the wife shot and killed her husband while he was still asleep. A wife accused of a cold-blooded murder.
Do you have anything to say?
Veronica Crow had nothing to say as deputies hauled her off to jail. According to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, the 51-year-old woman shot and killed her husband early this morning. Deputies got a call just before 4 a.m. reporting a shooting.
We believe the victim was asleep And we believe that the suspect came and shot him for whatever reason while he was in his sleep.
When deputies got to the home off the 8400 block of Pico de Aguila, they found 49-year-old Damian Crow, who'd been shot in the head. He died on the scene. Sheriff Javier Salazar says the couple was ending their marriage, the only motive investigators have uncovered.
But no actual reports of any sort of violence between them up until this situation this morning.
It's really, really sad to hear that this happened.
Neighbors here still in shock.
This type of thing is very, very unusual.
This morning, neighbors say their quiet street turned into a crime scene.
Only when it's right down the street from home, I mean, it's very, very scary that anything like this can happen. It's very scary.
The sheriff says the couple has one adult child, now left without a father, and a mother in jail facing a murder charge.
Thankfully, the child is an adult, but I promise it is easier to go through a divorce than it is to be a defendant in a murder trial. I don't understand. Like, it boggles my mind that people take things this far. It's like, you want to be divorced, but like now you're going to be in prison forever. So, all right, now on to the deputy.
A Bexar County Sheriff's deputy is off the force after he was arrested on assault charges. 21-year-old Benjamin Morales is accused of assaulting a family member. Officials say it happened last night on South Cherry Street near downtown. He was off duty at the time of his arrest. Morales was assigned to the Detention Bureau and had been employed since February. Because he was with BCSO for less than a year, he was issued a probationary termination.
New to
Dumbass.
Let's get to an update tonight on a headstone stolen from a young man's gravesite in Elmendorf. It has been found. We brought you this story on Monday. Family told KENS 5 that the gravesite for Larry Alvarez Perez was been repeatedly targeted by vandals days after celebrating what would have been his 22nd birthday. The entire headstone was taken. Elmendorf police telling us that someone found it somewhere off of 1604 and called it in.
Tonight,
well, breaking right now at 5 o'clock on CBS News Philadelphia, a mother and
We will get to that story. Let's see, a heating up phone. Normally it's when it's getting too hot, it's there's too much running. There could be a stuck process. I know sometimes with iPhones, there's something running in the background that's causing it to heat up. So you might want to try, if you've tried everything, then I would try, I don't know if Android has this. Like on Apple, you can go into your settings and reset different things. So like you can start off with, you know, just doing one of the smaller resets, and then it might get to the point where you have to wipe out your phone. It also depends what you're doing when it's getting hot. It could be corrupted software. It could be something else going on with the phone. But I would say most of the time overheating has to do with it being how it's being charged and the process that's running. Because they are little computers, you know. Okay, moving on to Philadelphia. Man, so I follow Philadelphia news more closely than I do some other cities. The cities I watch the most are going to be, okay, clear cache and storage. Yeah, like Dizzy said, try clearing the cache. So I watch Philadelphia like I do New York, Chicago, Miami. I try to stay up to date what's going on in Los Angeles. But like, y'all, Philadelphia is wild. Like a lot of major cities, there is so much shit happening, but Philadelphia is, yeah, there's a lot going on in Philly.
well, breaking right now at 5 o'clock on CBS News Philadelphia, a mother and daughter found stabbed to death in the basement of a home in Northeast Philadelphia. There are more questions than answers tonight about what happened inside that Crescentville home. Good evening to you, everyone. I'm Natasha Brown.
And I'm Aziza Schuler. Yuki and Jessica are off. Around 1:30 this afternoon, officers were called to a home on the 6000 block of Bingham Street. CBS Philadelphia reporter Josh Sanders is live with what he's learned so far from investigators.
Good evening, Aziza and Natasha. Right now, this neighborhood is in shock as word spreads of these horrific murders. Take a look behind me. We believe the home with the yellow porch is where this incident took place. Philadelphia police have determined, as you said, the victims are related, a mother and daughter. Police tell us they responded to the Crescentville neighborhood around 1:30 this afternoon after receiving a 911 call for reports of a stabbing. That's when police tell us the home was locked when they arrived and a neighbor had to let them inside. That's when police say they found the two women, a 75-year-old and 58-year-old, in the basement of the house. Police released more details about both women who suffered multiple stab wounds. Take a listen.
Medics arrived and both were pronounced at approximately 1:45 p.m. Homicide investigators are talking to neighbors and talking to family members who we have transported down to the homicide division. It's still very early, but we're trying to determine what the motive is and what occurred here.
What occurred here? It's still early on in the investigation as investigators determine the motive and who's responsible for these murders. They are also looking through Ring camera, which we're told that multiple homes in this neighborhood have as part of their investigation. Natasha, Aziza, back.
And right now at noon, real chaos on the MacArthur Causeway earlier today when a woman right there caught on camera attempting to stab a man.
Yeah, police say it happened after the drivers were involved in a crash. Local 10 News reporter Trent Kelly is live at the scene.
And I know you have some exclusive video from when that woman was taken into custody. A crazy situation.
Yeah, that's right. Some pretty intense moments indeed this morning on the MacArthur Causeway after two cars collided during the morning rush. That crash leading to a fight, causing one woman to pick up a screwdriver. What happened next was captured from the air from Sky 10, and only we were here as that woman was later arrested. Wild moments on the MacArthur Causeway after a two-car crash led to a fight. One woman attempting to stab a driver using what witnesses say was a screwdriver. The tense throwdown captured from Sky 10.
Did she have a knife in her hand? Screwdriver. Did she get you? I didn't get her.
According to the Florida Highway Patrol, it all began during the start of the morning rush when a white Toyota RAV4 slammed into the back of a black BMW, which was stopped on the side of the eastbound lanes just past Biscayne Boulevard. At some point after the collision, things turned physical when a woman wearing white who was in the BMW appeared to grab a screwdriver before charging at the driver of the Toyota and another man in orange, later identified as the driver's father. That's when another man in blue, who claims to be friends with the woman, jumps in to restrain her. Everyone involved later telling us they were okay. Are you guys okay, though?
Yes,
Okay. And your son was protecting you?
Yes. Does she have a screwdriver?
Did y'all see it?
Yeah.
Did y'all see
That's
it?
why we're asking.
Only Local 10 was there as troopers interviewed both parties. The woman with the screwdriver, identified as 26-year-old Ackland Biomugisha, waving after noticing our cameras while also appearing to hold a pill bottle. Cameras rolling as she was later placed in cuffs and loaded into the back of a squad car. The charges she now faces having yet to be announced. So again, that man who claimed to be friends with Biomugisha not disclosing what caused her to pick up that screwdriver and charge at the other driver earlier this morning. But again, as you heard right there, everyone that was involved in this incident telling us for the most part they were physically okay. Again, Biomugisha later arrested by that FHP trooper here on scene. And as we speak, she has yet to be booked into jail, but we of course will keep checking and we'll let you know the exact charges she is now facing. For now, that is the latest live from near the MacArthur Causeway in Miami. I'm Trent Kelly, Local 10.
A Houston woman filed a lawsuit against Dollar Tree and a local shopping plaza after she claims she was assaulted by a man while inside the store. She was one of 3 women who say a man left bodily fluids on them. Fox's Sherman DeSalle has more.
A Houston woman who chooses to remain anonymous tells Fox she was visiting this Dollar Tree December 5th with a friend when a man walked behind her and whispered things sexually explicit in nature.
He said he would my that, he wanted to have me.
The woman says after being shocked for a few seconds, she turned around, yelled for him to get away, and walked to her friend on a different aisle. After checking out her items, she made a gruesome discovery outside in the car.
I feel this cold in my back, like in my buttocks. And I said, oh, I feel it. I think I'm wet. And when she looked at me, she just panicked. She's like, oh my God.
The woman went back inside the store and found out other women reported similar incidents.
I just got sexually assaulted in your store. And she turns around and she yells in Spanish, not knowing that I am bilingual. And she says, oh, another one. We just have another one. And I was like so stunned. I'm like, what do you mean you have another one? She's like, you're the 3rd case in less than 4 days.
Since then, the lawsuit alleges her incident report has not been followed up. Requests for any store surveillance video of the incident have been ignored. Her attorney claims the Dollar Tree location is negligent for not taking the allegations seriously. Anna Greenberg says the store is inadequately staffed, contributing to more crime.
What's the point of having video surveillance footage if you're not going to actually use it to prevent crimes or properly address crimes that have been reported?
Sherman.
So I have a rental car right now, and I was trying to extend it online, and it wanted to charge me $700 for a week when that should be the price for the month.
State investigators are taking a good hard look at a daycare center in Garden Grove tonight. This after four toddlers escaped from a playground area and walked into the middle of a busy street. KCAL News reporter Lauren Posen has the story.
Angel's Daycare is now under investigation by the state. When I asked if they had any comment, a woman told me they were too busy. Now, this is the intersection where those toddlers were found in the middle of, and it's right across the street from Angel's Daycare.
There was 4 little girls in the middle of the street right there, almost getting hit by a car.
Brianna Alonzo took this video moments after 4 toddlers were out of harm's way.
There was another bystander said that they're from the daycare, that the daycare didn't even know they were out.
Around 11 Wednesday morning, she says she heard honking at the intersection of Brookhurst and Orangewood, right across the street from Angel's Daycare.
We were in the car over there, and all I seen was a little girl in the middle of the street at the first lane right there.
They pulled over and say a Good Samaritan was trying to get the little girl and 3 other toddlers out of the road.
At first I thought it came from the school bus because there was a bus with a door open, and the first thing I did was like, I'm calling 911.
Alonzo says the mother of one of the toddlers said her daughter pushed the gate open at the daycare. Garden Grove police say they came out and flagged Child Protection Services, who told us the state licensing board is investigating. We ran Angel's Daycare through the Department of Social Services website. The business has no complaints or citations. A caseworker visited the property last month and found no violations. But Alonzo still has concerns.
Kids are already still here today, and the gate is still broken. It's easy, you just push the gate and it opens.
Garden Grove police say parents were notified. Orange County Child Protective Services have turned over the case to the state child care inspectors, who will investigate the incident. Reporting in Garden Grove, Lauren Posen, KK.
Yeah, children don't escape. So anyway, so what happened is I have a rental car. So some of the stuff that's been happening that's been bad luck, So I have a Ford Focus and I have a Toyota Avalon. The Toyota Avalon was Austin's vehicle. It's from 2000, and there's something seriously wrong with it, so it's not drivable. It's still sitting in Houston at the moment, and I'm trying to figure out somewhere for it to go because I don't want to get rid of it, but it's kind of stupid to just hold on to it because it's his car. And then I have a 2013 Ford Focus, but there's a transmission issue with it, and every once in a while, like, it doesn't want to go in reverse. There's also an electrical issue. So I have had two mechanics tell me not to spend a penny fixing the Ford Focus. Two mechanics did not want to take my money. They said it's not worth fixing. It's a lemon. It's this and that. There's been a bunch. Every recall that my car has had, the issue broke before the recall was announced. So that car, I had a warranty when I first got it, and a lot of that stuff was fixed. So I do like CarMax for that reason. I bought it from CarMax. There's no haggling. It's easy, and then you can get the CarMax warranty. So I did that. But it's been having issues on and off the last couple years. So I've been kind of like just putting Band-Aid on it. And right now, like, it'll drive, but like I don't trust it to take it like on a long drive, you know? So, and because it's been sitting basically for months, it turns on, but like there's stuff that I want to do before I drive it around, you know? Do some maintenance on it, check the fluids, test the battery, all that good stuff. So that car was 3 hours away up until uh, like last week. I finally took care of it. It's in my driveway. I had to get it towed 176 miles, but I have AAA premium, so it didn't cost me anything. Yeah, I'm not putting money into the Focus other than like minor things that I can make work, because it needs a new transmission. Because the transmissions are faulty with uh, the Ford Focus and the Fiesta from 2012 to 2016. There was actually a class action lawsuit too about it, but there's nothing I can do. And then Chris, I try not to say his name most of the time, but at least it's a very common name. So Chris has a 2008 Wrangler. I love that thing. It keeps going, it drives, it's fun. Um, and he just did a repair on it to fix the death wobble. The death wobble. He was gonna drive it 3 hours, and I'm like, no, dude, we're gonna tow it. But so like his car was fine to drive around town and stuff too. And then we went to the movies, and the manifold blew while we were driving. So the Jeep is in the garage up on stuff right now. So we have three vehicles and none of them in working condition. Yeah, the death wobble, he acted like it wasn't even a big deal. So I've been looking at cars for a very long time. Just the market is just now starting to recover with the car market. I had a bunch of cars saved on CarMax. Um, and I keep seeing the prices go down. And I even had money saved up for a down payment, but now I don't. I only have a little money saved up because I'm being forced to use my emergency savings right now. I don't have a income at this time, so. But anyway, yeah, so that's my story about the cars. And so him and I have been renting rental cars because he gets his daughter Thursday nights from 6 to 8 and then every other weekend. And he only works like a mile away, which he's okay with walking there. I'm not because it's dangerous and he goes to work early. So I would rather him not get hit walking to work. And then, we need the vehicle um, for other stuff. And I'm for some reason, American Express thought that it's a good idea to offer me a platinum card like a year ago, and I applied for it and I got it. They probably regret that now because my credit's not as good as it was then. Um, so the American Express Platinum card comes with a lot of features and benefits. One of those benefits is with Hertz, I'm automatically in the President's Circle. So the President's Circle, I am supposed to get the best customer service, the best of the best of the best, you know, and they're supposed to have the cars ready and all that stuff so I can just walk in and go. And I will say that I have noticed a difference in my service since I've been in the President's Circle. But the other benefit is I get a discount. I get a discount running from Hertz than what it would normally be. So the normal price that other people get, I get like, I don't know, 25% discount or something. So right now, renting this vehicle is actually cheaper than it would be if I bought a car right now. But it's only if I rent it 2 weeks at a time. If I book it for a month, then it's more expensive. So I have figured out the loophole to, make it as cheap as possible. So the rental is actually cheaper than a car payment at the moment. Yeah, so that's what. And then, so I was trying to extend it last night for 2 weeks, and it wanted to charge me like $700 because of Memorial Day weekend just for a week. And I was like, I'll call and deal with it later. They'll probably just switch it over. They probably don't have vehicles. And a lot of times they have just renewed the rental for me because it was cheaper to do that. So I have a SUV, like a compact SUV, but I'm being charged for a sedan because they don't have other vehicles, so the rate's cheaper. So there's ways around it. So I'm all about trying to save money because I don't have any. Oh, Candace, I'm sorry that happened. Like, I wish cars last forever. Yeah, and Uber is also changing how they do stuff too. So like people that work for Uber and DoorDash and stuff, they're not making as much money. They change the structure. It's pretty terrible. Uh, like everybody is getting screwed, like work-wise. Let's see, what else? Oh yes, the DEA reclassifying marijuana. That's some good news. We like that. We like good news.
After years of talk at the federal level in a historic move, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration is moving toward reclassifying marijuana as a less dangerous drug.
Texas allows marijuana use for medical reasons. KVU's Darren Shaharan spoke with a Texas doctor that writes most of the cannabis prescriptions here in the state about what this could mean.
Behind these doors, Dr. Matthew Brimberry handles business as a family physician, hospice care provider, and medical director of Texas Cannabis Clinic.
So when Texas legalized cannabis for our terminal cancer patients, I was in line at the Department of Public Safety to get my patients safe legal access to this medicine.
He's been part of the fight to expand medical marijuana access in Texas. And now sources tell national media outlets the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration is closer to reclassifying marijuana as a less dangerous drug.
This is an exciting time.
The plan would not legalize marijuana at the federal level, but it would reclassify it from a Schedule I drug like cocaine, believed to be highly dangerous and addictive, to a Schedule III drug that can be lawfully prescribed as medication like Tylenol with codeine.
It would give opportunities to also have more research done because currently at a federal level, that's not even possible except for one university down south.
Research that could possibly help prove what Dr. Brimberry is already seeing with his patients in Texas.
Anything from autistic children that could finally calm down and learn how to speak and engage with their peers, all the way up to multiple sclerosis patients, that their pain and their spasticity was finally controlled and they could go back to work.
Brimberry says it will also destigmatize the medical use of cannabis, so more people are open to using it instead of addictive opioids. Right now, 79,000 patients are registered in the state's compassionate use program, but Brimberry believes 3 to 5 million people actually qualify.
We're in a unique situation to where we actually have the infrastructure to support the rescheduling of this medicine.
That's because Texas already requires prescription for usage, so we have the software. And while the Texas legislature will ultimately decide cannabis laws in the state, both believe this change could change the mind of lawmakers to expand medical marijuana use for a range of needs. In Austin, Darrenisha Heron, KVUE News.
Darrenisha, thank you. Now, the DEA still
Darrenisha.
has to take public comment before this reclassification can take effect. Attorney Michelle Donovan believes with it being an election year, it could be done by September.
But is working to find out who is responsible for pulling the trigger.
I don't think I shared this one where they had identified a victim. I don't think so. I'll play this one in a second. So marijuana laws in Texas, there is no recreational at all. Texas has very, very limited medical marijuana. They just extended it. Before it was only for like seizures, I think. And like recently this year or last year, they opened it up to PTSD, I think. But it's also very low THC. And then you also have people that are trying, there's people in the government right now that want to ban Delta 8. Like, they're trying to ban Delta 8 too, which is hemp and legal. Like Abbott said, as long as he's in office, he won't, I don't know if it was Abbott or the other dude. And if you have any sort of concentrate, like oils or vapes or even baked goods, those are automatically a felony. If it's any other form other than flour, automatic felony in Texas. And it depends on where you are if it's decriminalized. So if you're in Harris County, you can get caught, as long as you don't have a gun with you, you can get caught with a quarter pound and it's a ticket. But if you go north to Montgomery County, you have a joint, you're going to jail. So in Texas, you have to check the counties for sure and be careful. And yeah, and there's a lot of police that hang out around, the ways from Colorado to Texas. Like I'm thinking of driving, from Texas to Colorado for the True Crime Festival. I will probably get pulled over while I'm driving, and I would not take it. I wouldn't sneak anything because I'm too scared. I would give myself away so quickly. I would be shaking and my anxiety would never let me get away with something like that at all. Let's see, where did the video go? So a blind man with a service dog was kicked out of a restaurant, which you can't do. Can't do that. I hate when people bring dogs that obviously aren't service dogs. And their little tiny Yorkie and they put it in the shopping cart and push around with it. I hate that shit. So because of the abuse, people don't believe that other dogs are service dogs. But this dog was literally the poster child kind of dog for a service dog. And the guy is blind and it said on the thing that it was a guide dog. You really think that he's faking that? Pick and choose your battles, man. And now they can get in trouble for that.
There is no question that Mr. Maple is a very good boy.
He is just the sweetest, most loving, joyous little puppy.
But he also serves a very important purpose.
When his harness is on, He's just super focused, like laser focused. It's all business and he has a job to do.
Paul has less than 10% of his vision.
Sort of like looking through a straw. I have no peripheral vision.
Paul runs a social media channel with his husband that spreads awareness about blindness. One recent video got a lot of traction.
I literally had this harness attached to him. I showed this to him. I said, I'm blind. He said, you don't look blind.
Paul was kicked out of a Seattle restaurant after he walked in with his guide dog.
When I encounter a situation like this where I'm fully rejected, not only for my dog, but because my own disability wasn't believed, it makes me really sad on top of all the struggles that I already kind of deal with.
He believes two things led to this situation. People falsifying their dogs as service dogs, which causes difficulties for people who depend on real service dogs. He also said it's important people know that most legally blind people still have some vision.
I just hope that situations like this can really be minimized through education and better training.
The Washington State Human Rights Commission says an establishment can only ask two questions. Is the animal required because of a disability, and what work or task is the animal trained to do? Under federal law, no documentation is needed, and animals do not need a vest or harness.
Good boy. All right, let's go.
Mr. Maple has given Paul confidence to go out on his own, and he hopes this negative experience can have a positive impact.
Sharing our personal stories and finding ways to grow and learn together is the ultimate goal.
Under state law, a restaurant could face a fine if it discriminates against a person with a service dog. But it's also important to know if someone refuses to answer those two questions about their dog and refuses to leave, they can face a fine of up to $500, Greg.
You would think in this day and age we wouldn't be seeing or having this issue, but some of the things you mentioned there, it's like, okay, people are taking advantage of the system. Given that, I mean, he's not naming the restaurant. There's clearly a reason for that.
Yeah, he said he doesn't want to name the restaurant because he doesn't want them to face backlash. And he actually he met up with the manager. He said the manager sincerely apologized to him and said he better train employees on this topic. So he just wants to spread awareness.
Aw, he totally could have used that for like his social media and gotten more traction and all that, but he didn't. That was, what a good man. And he's so cute. Like, literally super cute. All right, so just a couple more videos and then I will release you for the Karen Reed trial or whatever trial is going on. So one of the things that I definitely recommend is having something in your vehicle for protection. I have a knife in my car that I can cut. It's got like a little slit so I can cut the seatbelt, but it's also a regular knife and it has a glass breaker and stuff like that. Oh, there's no Karen Reed today? Oh, well, see, I have no idea. Is there no trial today? Is there Daybell or anything? Is it is everybody not streaming today? I have no idea. I don't know what's going on, clearly. Only dumbbell. That's funny. So definitely have something on in your car so you can protect yourself. Unfortunately, you know, especially women have to be very aware. There are predators out there. And this happened in Austin, which is absolutely terrifying. That's not that far. But this can happen anywhere. And this is one of the reasons I have a battery jumper in my car. And I also have, I have a jumper and then I have an air compressor. So if I have a flat tire or something, I can at least put air in it and, you know, get somewhere. I mean, I have a spare tire too, but... I accidentally made the screen large when I didn't mean to. Oh. Oh. No Karen Reed because Turtle Boy has a hearing and they can't be... Oh, that's a whole mess. Yeah, I did see that Kohlberger has something going on today. In fact, we have a little clip about that.
Brian Koberger, the prime suspect in the University of Idaho stabbing deaths, will be back in court today. His defense team is expected to have a witness testify, but nobody knows who that witness is. Koberger charged with killing 4 college students in November of 2022. Criminal defense attorney Joshua Ritter, also the host of the True Crime Daily Sidebar podcast, is with me now. Good morning to you, Joshua. Is this strange to not know who is going to testify?
Yes, all of this is strange. The way it's come about is completely strange. We had a couple of hearings set for last week. We were told that those were going to be closed door hearings, and we understood what those hearings were regarding. Now, both of those hearings were moved towards the end of the month. They're both now going to be closed hearings. But instead, we have one witness being called tomorrow in regards to those hearings. But because the witness list is undisclosed, we have no idea who this witness is and what they're going to be testifying to. And strangely enough, the judge plans on actually making this part of the hearing, this witness, open. So we'll find out, I suppose, later today.
Yeah, it just seems a little weird. One of those hearings that you mentioned was to rule on a change of venue. I know the family has been pushing for this, but it hasn't happened. It's felt like it's just been delayed, kicked down the road. Does that indicate that something more is going on behind the scenes that we're not being told about?
I don't think so, but the problem with this case is that we're being told just enough to cause confusion and to kind of add some fuel to some of these conspiracy theories. I understand that the judge has a concern about not so much information being released to the public that it somehow taints a potential jury pool. But at the same time, part of the beautiful part of our system is that we have these hearings that are open so people can understand what is taking place. And when you have so many of these hearings closed and you're changing your mind about whether or not they're open or closed, it causes a lot of people to, run rampant with conjecture.
Yeah, and this story already has so much conspiracy, as you mentioned, surrounding it. When the judge says that he's opened this hearing to the public, but he will close it immediately, shutting down the live stream if there is something shared that needs to be sealed, what would determine something that needs to actually privatize this hearing once again?
I think what his biggest concern is one of the things that the defense is asking for is the evidence behind how the FBI arrived at their genetic determination in this case, the investigative genetic material that they used. And that could perhaps involve unrelated people that they were able to track to the relatives of Koberger. And I think he's just concerned about identifying anyone in those reports, making sure that those reports are redacted, and perhaps even keeping the hearing closed until they're able to determine that that information cannot somehow lead to the discovery of people who are uninvolved in this case.
Obviously, Brian Koberger, the prime suspect, the only suspect that we've heard about. If this continues to be delayed in terms of the trial date being set, in terms of these hearings being rescheduled, is the defense essentially using all of this to buy themselves more time?
That's a good question. A lot of people have been making that assumption. It certainly is a strategy, and it works to the defense's benefit. At this point, they're just entirely playing catch up still to try to get a hold of all the information that they have in this case. And so any day that goes by, I think, is a day that they appreciate, and it does not help the prosecution's case. But at the same time, you're dealing with a death penalty case of incredible magnitude and complexity. And I think his attorneys are just saying, listen, we're not going to leave any stone unturned here, and we're going to fight every motion that we can and every opportunity that we can and ask for every piece of evidence that we feel that we're entitled to. And if that happens to drag things out, then that happens to drag things out. I mean, they feel that they are defending someone for their life because he's possibly facing the death penalty in this case.
Yeah, it is certainly not to be taken lightly in any way. Joshua Ritter, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Does anybody know what time court is for him today? I don't see that Jay or Brandy has a stream set up for later. I'm sure they'll get on, but I don't see anything right now. So if anybody knows what time, maybe I can find this and stream it. 5:30. Okay, so 4:30 my time. I'll have to see if I'm helping with the custody exchange today. If not, then maybe Brandy needs a day off. You know, she streams. It's like streaming all day and for long hours at a time. Even when I was covering on her channel, it's. Am I muted? Okay, so none of them. Well, maybe I'll pop on then. Let's see. So the video that I meant to play, but then I got distracted by Kohlberger, is the next video I'm going to play. Yeah, you can definitely tell that I have ADHD. I forgot about what I was talking about quick and moved along because I saw something in the chat. That happens to me a lot. I'll see something in the chat and I'm like, and then whoop, lose exactly what I'm doing. So this is why I was talking about have stuff in your car, because she had roadside assistance, but she was waiting for them. And it sucks. Like, you can't even trust somebody it could be somebody on the side of the road that is setting up so someone stops and they attack them, or you're on the side of the road and you're waiting for help and someone's like, hey, I'll help you. You can't even trust that shit. Wasn't that in the Zodiac movie where like the guy said you have a loose tire and then he like loosened the lug nuts or something? I think that was, I don't know if that really happened with the Zodiac, but it was definitely in the movie. So anyway, before I get distracted again, let me play. I'm going to tell you something right now. You cannot call 911 and have a cop come fucking wait with you. That is bullshit. You can't even get cops to come out for like crime. I called for domestic violence and it took 5 fucking hours. Like, that's call 911 and have them wait. And Austin has a shortage of police officers. Like, get the fuck out of here. If you live in a small town, yeah, sure, call the police. They have time for that. But most major cities don't have time for that. Yes, definitely recommend learning how to change a tire just in case. I needed my tire changed once and I was trying to do it and I couldn't get the lug nuts off and I was so pissed about it. And I was like, I know how to change a tire. But then I found out that the Ford Focus also had poorly designed lug nuts and they would expand and shrink because of how they were designed. And then even the mechanic couldn't get them off. So then they had to break off the lug nuts. So definitely make sure you can get your lug nuts off before you assume that you can change a tire. Yeah, that was fun. But anyway, let's see. Oh yeah. So I don't know if you guys know what Orbeez are. They're those little gel balls that expand. You know, when you put them in water, they'll get much bigger. So there is a woman was attacked by Orbeez. They make guns where you can fire off Orbeez. So I would assume that feels something like a paintball gun. That can't feel good. I don't know if you guys have ever been shot by a paintball gun. But like, how stupid is this? Like, leave the DoorDash driver alone. You know, like, just leave it alone. Why? They're just trying to work, dude. Like, they're just trying to work. Leave them alone. And I needed to hit play and I switched screens.
A woman was driving in Coleman when something hit her car several times. She later learned it was from an Orbeez gun. That's a water gun that shoots pellets or beads. ABC 3340's Valerie Bell spoke with a woman who says she doesn't want to press charges. She just wants these people to understand what they did was wrong.
Now, we did confirm through Coleman Police Department that 4 similar reports were filed in the last month.
Sergeant Adam Clark believes juveniles are responsible in those cases and that they are actually freezing those beads.
Stacy White was driving through this intersection Tuesday night, making a DoorDash delivery when something unexpected happened.
I heard what sounded like rocks hitting my car. And so I looked over into the truck and I saw 2 young boys in the truck.
White tried to drive off, but says they followed her and continued to spray her vehicle.
That's also when I saw at the time what looked like a orange or yellow gun pointing at me.
What's running through your mind in that moment?
I was scared to death. I just wanted to make it back home to my children and grandkids, you know. I didn't know at the time what it was.
White later found out it was an Orbeez gun. She shows us the damage.
They started on my left side, so the dings over here are basically these little splatter dings.
And 2 more dings in the windshield.
I was thinking, oh my gosh, it could have went through my windshield and possibly hurt me.
White didn't file a police report, and she doesn't want to press charges. What she does want?
I would like for the parents of these teenagers to reach out to me and make an apology and possibly reimburse me for the damages that were done. I mean, I don't have much, and I'm working as a DoorDasher. So
White wants the parents to determine the punishment they see fit. As a mother herself, she doesn't want to ruin their future. She just wants the teens to understand how dangerous this is.
my hope is that the parents out there will explain to their children that stupid people playing stupid games win stupid prizes, and that they could actually hurt someone or they could get hurt themselves.
Valerie Bell reporting. The Coleman Police Department says anyone who has had this happen, whether they want to press charges or not, should at least report it so that they can get it documented. The superintendent of Coleman City Schools is not aware of any of their students involved.
Sure thing. Nah, fuck those kids. I'm sorry. No, those are little assholes. They know exactly what they're doing. They need a punishment. And if they've never been in trouble, you know, then they'll probably get a slap on the wrist from court. But, like, you don't know how those parents are trusting them to do something. Nah. Fuck those kids. Teenagers know better, dude. Like, you know exactly what you're doing. Like, and they were frozen? No. No. Those kids need to be in trouble. So don't drink and drive. And don't drink and drive 120 miles an hour.
Accused of reckless homicide in the crash that claimed the life of a Glenbrook South High School senior faced a judge this afternoon. Good evening, I'm Timon Bradley. Jackie Bang is off tonight. WGN's Courtney Spinelli joins us now from 26th in California with details from that hearing. Courtney.
Timon, good evening. Just 2 days ago, family of 17-year-old Marko Nikolic laid him to rest, saying their final goodbyes. Today, his parents were in court as they faced the suspect for the first time, 21-year-old Tae-young Kim. Now today, Kim was ordered held with a judge, David Kelly, saying he showed, quote, a brazen disregard for human life. He was allegedly going nearly 90 miles per hour above the posted speed limit when he hit Nikolic's car.
Marko literally touched the heart of everyone he met.
Countless similar messages shared in the days after Marko Nikolic was killed in a violent crash on May 12th. The 17-year-old just days from prom, weeks from graduation, when his life was cut short.
Such a kind soul. Loved his parents, loved his brother, loved his friends. His parents are going through a real hard time losing him. He meant the world to all of us.
Marko's parents in the courtroom Saturday, along with the parents of his girlfriend, left critically injured in the crash. While Marko's parents did not speak after court, parents of the suspect, 21-year-old Tae-young Kim, spoke through their son's attorney, who translated for them.
He just wants to sincere apologies and just condolences to all the victims' families. They feel very sick about this.
Prosecutors say Kim's black box in his Ford Mustang revealed he was driving 122 miles per hour when he hit Marko's car, causing it to split in half. Kim reportedly admitted to a witness at the scene he had been drinking. Court documents show a blood draw confirmed that, revealing he had a blood alcohol level of 0.088 with cannabis also found in his system.
They feel very horrible about this incident. They're sick. They're shell-shocked.
Prosecutors say the crash left Marko's girlfriend with a fractured pelvis, a brain bleed, and other serious injuries. The passenger in the suspect's car suffered a fracture to his back and a severed artery, and the suspect broke his femur, brought into the courtroom in a wheelchair. He also got sick several times throughout the hearing, his attorney citing him being heavily medicated.
This is obviously a very tragic times for everybody in the community.
Prosecutors say Kim's dash camera caught events before the incident and portions of it, including moments where he allegedly drove at high rates of speed past numerous vehicles and blew a red light. Just before the crash, they say it showed the Mustang speed up and turn off the headlights. As he approached the intersection of Lake Avenue and Meadow Lane, Kim's headlights were reportedly still off and turned back on just as he crashed into Marco's car as the teen was turning left onto Lake. Kim's attorney says he has no juvenile record and had 2 petty traffic violations in 2021. But Judge Kelly sided with the prosecutor, saying what he's accused of doing could have been prevented, and this was no accident. Now, Kim is due back in court on the 24th. Prosecutors also said today that he was accused of driving about 131 miles per hour, just about 2.5 seconds before the crash. They also found other items in the crash, police did, including a bong and rolling papers and other cannabis items. We are told that the girlfriend of Marco was released from the hospital yesterday. For now, reporting live at 26th in California.
That is absolutely horrific. Oh, so it was on purpose that somebody took a beer and lunchbox. So, Chris he gets all these different craft beers and sours and whatever. So I drink a lot of sparkling water. I drink a lot of sparkling water. I love sparkling water. I'm weird. I like drinking things like this out of a straw like this or a can. I don't like drinking things out of normal cups. So I drink a lot of sparkling water. I'm trying to use my SodaStream more to save money. But yeah, so we have a drink fridge and, we keep the beer and sparkling water in there. So I grabbed a silver looking drink that had a design on it, went for a drive. I always have a drink in the car, like a normal drink, because I am thirsty like all the time. I am just, if you watch me during the stream, you will see how much water and stuff I drink because I am constantly thirsty. One of my medications gives me dry mouth. So it's like a security blanket that I have to have a drink. That's one of the reasons why I got this Stanley because it's so big. And I need fluid all the time. So I went to pick up Chris from work and I open the drink and I take a sip. I'm like, son of a bitch, that is a beer. And I was like, wait, what do I do? Should I dump it? I can't have an open container in the car. What do I do? So, yeah, I'll have to ask an attorney. What do I do? I can't throw it out of the window because then that's littering. Do I just dump the beer and put the can in the back? What do I do? I need an attorney to tell me because I went and got Chris from work and then I had him down the beer real quick and we threw it away. But yeah. And a cop's not going to believe me. Oh, I didn't mean to grab that beer. I don't normally drink, especially drink and drive. I only drink a little bit, but they don't know me. Yeah. I've had a lot of weird shit happen in my life. I'm going to write a book. I need a ghostwriter. Who wants to help me write a book? Because I need some assistance with that. So there's a murder trial going on right now where it was a TikTok couple. They were popular. The husband did a lot of impersonations of Scarface. They have a child together. They had split up and he put listening app on his daughter's iPad and he was listening to what was going on in the house and he heard a man that was in the house. And he ended up murdering his wife and the guy that was there. So he is on trial right now. So he testified yesterday about him murdering his wife. And he's trying to make it seem like they're trying to make it seem like a crime of passion, you know, to lessen the charges and those kinds of stuff. I hope that he is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Stop myself. I just snapped. My gun was in my hand, and next thing I'm shooting, and I can't stop.
That is the former TikToker Ali Abulaban talking about the moment he shot and killed his wife, Anna, and a man she was seeing, Rayburn Barone. Good Wednesday evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us. I'm Maria Arcega-Dunn.
And I'm Andrew Luria. It was an emotional day in court, to say the least, as Ali Abulaban explained his side of the story piece by piece. Our Zara Barker has been on the story since the beginning. She starts us off downtown tonight with the latest.
Ali Abulaban on the witness stand for a second day in a row, and for the first time we heard him recalling the day of the shooting, and he broke down crying. The big question at the heart of this case is not who did the killing, it's what was his intent behind it. And for the first time, we got his answer.
Was it your intent to kill them?
No.
Ali Abulaban answering a long-awaited question at the heart of this trial. Day 2 of Ali testifying in his own defense. He walked through the day of the shooting.
I didn't expect that Anna would ever do that to me. Him, of all people. I mean, she knew how I felt about him. She knew how I felt. I was trying to believe her. I was trying to believe that she wasn't cheating on me, that she would let me fix this, because I was sick. I was struggling from drugs and mental illness, and I a lot, but I was trying to fix this. And when I saw that it was him, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the betrayal. I couldn't believe that she could do that to me, to our daughter. And then before I could stop myself, I just snapped. My gun was in my hand, and next thing I'm shooting, and I can't stop. I'm just shooting, and I'm even startled. It's like I'm watching it happen. I'm like I'm in the passenger seat of my own body. I can't stop it, and I hear Anna screaming and crying. And I don't even remember shooting Anna. I just remember running back to the front door, and I grabbed the door handle, and then it hit me. I'm like, did that just happen? And I turn around and I see Anna leaning forward, and there's blood. And I'm like, Anna. I couldn't believe I did that. I don't know. I didn't mean to do that.
Ali says the months leading up to October 21st of 2021, he was addicted to cocaine, and there was a lot of toxic back and forth in their marriage.
It was tormenting me, honestly. I mean, it was very confusing.
On the day of the shooting, Ali says he didn't sleep the night before and was using large amounts of cocaine, and sent Anna this video the morning of the shooting.
I do very much love you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all this.
Ali says he sent groceries and roses to their apartment before he was supposed to leave to go to LA, but Anna didn't respond. Ali says he went to the apartment from his hotel, but she wasn't there.
I threw the roses on the ground. I was having a huge tantrum.
While inside, he said he had an idea to try and catch Anna cheating.
I didn't want to lose this opportunity to catch it. So in that moment, I saw my daughter's iPad on the table, and like a stupid idea that just right on the spot. Discord.
He says he went back to his hotel and woke up to the sound of a man laughing on the Discord app.
Immediately I'm like, oh my God, that's Anna. Oh my God, who's that man? Who's that man?
He says he did a lot of cocaine before leaving his hotel in Mission Beach, and more in the car on the way there.
This is probably the most coke I've ever done in a single moment.
In the 15-minute drive over, he says he was listening to them on the Discord app.
Suddenly there was silence, and I'm like, what? Why don't I hear anything? Why'd they stop talking? Next, I start hearing R&B music playing. High out of my mind. I'm already amped up. I'm driving over 90 miles an hour.
Ali says he went into the apartment, had his gun holstered, but had no intention of killing them.
I opened the door. I barged in. I was immediately startled. I stopped right in my tracks like a deer in the headlights. They weren't in the bedroom. They weren't having sex. They're right there, cuddling on the couch.
Wednesday afternoon in court, things getting pretty heated during the cross-examination.
And I can't ask her, right?
That's not fair.
Because you killed her.
That's not fair.
I'm asking.
That's so inappropriate. That's so inappropriate.
Ali is still expected to be on the witness stand through Thursday, and then it will be up to the jury to decide what his intent was the day of the killing. Reporting in downtown
kill
San
her?
Diego, I'm Zara Barker.
What a fucking psycho. What horrible acting. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. The next thing I knew, there was a gun. Like, sir, you made the choice to go there and bring a weapon with you. And it's not cheating. She kicked you out. She doesn't want to be with you, you psycho, because there's something wrong with you. She's allowed to move on. And she wasn't. She was just talking to somebody of the opposite sex. You're super jealous, and I hope that you go to prison for the rest of your life. I'm trying to decide what to do with the rest of the day. I might go on Kick later and stream something on Kick. I was thinking, since I'm going to start the Menendez trial soon, I saved some documentaries about them, so I might stream that on Kick today. We'll see. I'll post something if I do that. So if you're not following me on Twitter or the other social media, please do so. Make sure to follow me on Kick. So that way you get the alerts if I go on. Yeah, because I'm almost out of videos and I don't want to be bored. I want to keep hanging out with y'all since, Karen Reed's not stealing everybody from me today. So I'm going to end with a Good Samaritan story. I love Good Samaritans, people that don't know the other person at all and just do the right thing. I love when people do the right thing. So the cat doesn't have any clothes to do a fashion show, but I have so right now I have, there's the dog. Let me move that. Dog is here. And then, okay, so this is open. Just so you know, this is open. That's a laundry basket that the cat has decided is hers. She has that. She has something similar to that she can hide in, but she loves this laundry basket. If we use it, then she'll knock it over and jump in it. So it is now the cat's laundry basket. Like, I could dress her up. She would let me. I mean, she's leash trained. She lets me put on her harness and leash and stuff. So, I mean, she probably would let me dress her up. I think I'm going to start the cat its own social media because honestly, these guys need to start paying their way because they're expensive. I don't even tell y'all how much money I spend on the food, especially the dog. The dog's food is very expensive. So I'm going to start them a TikTok or something because I need them to, make mama some money. I think they could do it, right? They're pretty damn cute. All right, let's see these Good Samaritans. Oh, this is funny. Let's see. Wait. Hold on. Did you guys hear about the lady that was living in a grocery store sign? Did you guys hear about that? This is just the body cam footage, though. Let me see. Yeah, I'm just going to show you guys this real quick before I show you the Good Samaritan. This lady was living in a store sign. Oh yeah, my cat is like she's a diva, but like she's a good diva, if that makes sense. She's very gentle and doesn't bite. She'll play very nice, you know. She like gently bites and plays. You know how cats like grab onto you and kick you and stuff? She does that, but very nice. So this is the body cam footage of the police going up there. So this is on the roof, and this is a sign.
Yeah, I was trying to get my stuff so I can get down right away. I'm moving out of here in 24 hours to get away from all of this.
You're coming out right now.
Okay, well, I don't want to leave any of my
Well,
stuff.
so here's the thing. So I talked to the manager, and she's down on the ground. The biggest thing, it's a liability issue for her. Okay, you being up here is a big time liability issue.
Oh, sorry. Okay, don't answer right now.
So she wants you gone.
I'm trying
And
to do that. I have to go talk to my boss.
well,
So-
hear me out first, because you have no time. Like, you're coming out with us, and then she's gonna get a hold of the head boss, and they're gonna collect your things. And within a few days, you're more than welcome to come back and grab them.
Where are they putting my stuff?
Well, we'll find out. But you are on their property, so you have got no standing whatsoever. Okay?
Please, God, no.
She
I
has
have a
no.
lot of sensitive stuff. I do martial
I understand that.
arts.
She has no ill will against you. She wants to make sure your stuff's all protected. She just wants you gone with us.
I
So-
would have taken my stuff out of here today, because I was going to call my boss, let them know I won't be able to come into work. I was going to go get a truck, and then I was going to move my stuff from here ASAP back to my storage unit.
Okay.
And then
Well,
that would be that.
the biggest thing is she wants you off the roof as quick as possible. So you're
And
not
I
going to
can
be
do
willing.
that. You guys are actually going to make it longer,
No, you're coming with us.
like to the station.
No. Like, when we walk out of here, you're walking out with us, and you're not coming back on the roof. They're going to get it all for you.
Can I take anything with me?
What do you need to take? Well, first of all, how are you getting up and down off this? And how are you going to carry all this stuff?
Well, how else do you think I got all this stuff?
Well,
up
I
here?
know you did, obviously, but like, what are you talking about? Like, I understand you got some
I
big
just have,
things.
like my clothing, my bedding stuff,
Yeah, we're not gonna.
my vitamins.
So everything that you're mentioning is like multiple
And then
trips.
Most of my stuff is just, well, it would probably take me about, depending on like trying to avoid people, trying to general, moving my stuff from there into the truck. It would probably take me a few hours.
That's not gonna happen. People have seen you. In
How
the
much
area, I
shit
guess,
do you
and have
have?
Seen you up here, so they, believe it or not, you got a nickname.
What's that? Spider-Man?
No, Roof Ninja. Tell me that ain't cool.
That's true. The only thing that I'm worried about is I don't want anybody being alarmed, because I do have my wakizashi with me.
I don't know what that is.
It has not been used.
Oh, okay.
It's mostly somebody stole the handy sword to it not too long ago. So I said I decided to pull a bunch of reports and you can look up my name.
The only reports we have is people call just because they're concerned of what you wear.
Yeah, I
That's
do that
it.
because I don't like being directly in the sunlight.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I gotta separate. Where are they gonna put my stuff?
Well, we need to talk to them. That's what I said. Once you get you some shoes on, whatever you need, and then we're gonna go on down. We're gonna talk to them, and I'm just letting you know that you're gonna be trespassed from the property. So if you try to come back to gather your things without them calling you first, you can be arrested for that.
Very well.
Okay, so like I said, she's being super cool. So when we get down there and we chat with her, she's gonna tell you where your stuff's gonna be.
Yeah, if they don't steal it.
Well, we're not gonna worry about that, okay? You ready to get down?
Just give me a second.
Yeah. How long you been up here?
About a year.
Have you?
Yeah. Because ground level is
Year.
not safe.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows everything knows.
So when we started chatting with you last year, you were living up here? Okay, I'm just curious. I'm like,
Not damaging anything, touching
Oh, no.
anything.
No, no.
Or
How did-
within the premises here.
what caused you to look in here? Like,
This,
did somebody turn you on to this?
no. This is actually an old safe spot.
Of yours?
No, it's an old safe spot. And see, my family has been here in Midland for as long like I've been here like a founder of Midland.
Okay.
And there's like certain spots that when certain events start taking place that are considered like safe spots. This is one of them.
I got you.
Not anymore. It's a first for me.
I've seen a lot of things.
I have too. I'm like impressed and
I am
intrigued.
too.
I'm intrigued.
I know.
This is impressive.
Yeah, that's.
Did it get cold in the winter?
Yeah, but I know how to deal with that.
Good. You're stronger than I am.
I've been in like Alaska, so I know what it's like to be in like
That's-
Real cold stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there like a
I would cry
there a
at the
light?
first thunderstorm that came.
is
through.
there a light in here that illuminates?
Well,
Or do you?
no, they don't have any of that hooked up. This
Be
has
like-
been like obviously a one operation for a while. Okay, so do I bring anything with me?
No. Just bring, like I said, grab your phone, grab your ID, any
cord,
whatever, valuables of some sort. But yeah, we can't. Like I said, she wants you down now, so we got to get.
She eats healthier than I do.
She's this big.
I know.
It smells good in there. It smells like garlic or something.
Yes.
Well, she lives on top of the shopping center.
And it's clean.
Hey, how did you guys get up here?
Ladder. We're the.
I'm not a ninja.
We're not a roof ninja, but
Yeah, that's not for everybody. It's not even for me.
I see that. Here, you want me to take that?
And it's not too bright out here. That's good.
No, it's not too bad. It's a little overcast here. So, over in that corner, we've got a ladder.
All right.
So we'll just head over there. That's where the manager's hanging out.
Great.
And
They're gonna be so happy to see me.
She's super
They're
cool.
probably not.
no,
gonna
they're they're being
They're
super,
super
cool,
cool.
honestly.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I
she,
do appreciate that.
again, she's got no ill will. She's just like, I can't have this girl falling. She needs to get off our roof. So that's where we're at. So.
Yeah, that's why they were concerned about what she's wearing, because she's dressed in like full black and a zipped up hoodie and like the goggles. Yeah, she looks like a freaking. She does look like a ninja. All right, so Tash just mentioned a high-speed chase where a person jumped off a bridge. Apparently that's happened more than once. I found a video. That's happened more than once. I found a video from 10 years ago, 6 months ago. How many police chases have there been where people jump off the bridge? Apparently a few. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can find the current one. I thought I found the current one. But I don't know what the hell she's wearing. Scuba gear. She said she's got sensitive stuff because she does martial arts. Let's see. Car chase ends jumping. I can't type. Oh my God. There's so many, and they have to put like locations. Okay. Was it a Florida test drive? Okay, so there's two. One happened in Columbus, and one happened in Florida 2 days ago. Don't jump off bridges, y'all. Don't do that. We're gonna play both, because why the hell not? Alright, let's see. High-speed chase. Reckless Florida car chase. Okay, and then Yahoo News. All right, let's see. Is there video of this one? Do. Why is there no video? How dare you? Oh, wait. Here it is. Okay, so this is the Columbus one. And this is only 50 seconds. So let's see. No, it's too. Go away. Is it the Florida one or the Columbus one? All right, let me unmute, and...
Now, breaking news from NBC4.
And we are following breaking news out of the southeast side of the city. That is where a person had to be rescued after jumping into Big Walnut Creek. Thank you for waking up with NBC4 today. I'm Monica Day.
And I'm Matt Barnes. We'll have a check of weather and traffic in a moment. But first, the top headlines we're following, including that breaking news.
Yeah, so it all started when Franklin County Sheriff's deputy spotted a stolen vehicle in North Linden. That was around 3:45 this morning. Now, they attempted to pull that driver over. They instead took off, and a pursuit ensued with speeds reaching 100 miles per hour. The person then stopped on the bridge on South Hamilton Road, just south of Refugee, and jumped into the water. After about 30 minutes, that suspect surfaced and was taken into custody.
30 minutes.
Roads are blocked in the area. Christine will be talking about that coming up for
30 minutes. That's a while. All right, so I have some video from Highway Patrol for the other one. So that's cool. All right, pause. Rewind it. Unmute. Okay, so the next one happened 2 days ago, Florida Highway Patrol. And she jumped into a lake, apparently. And it's Florida. You're lucky that an alligator didn't get you, lady. Yeah, the volume's really low on their video. Sorry, guys. Yeah, semi-driver, you should have turned more before. Get her! What the fuck is this person doing backing up where the cop is? Stop moving, you moron. And then the semi-driver's like, I'm out! Yeah, I would too. I don't want to get shot. Dumbass. Dumbass. And then you probably went to jail either way. So, a friend of mine, his brother may have been doing some things and had some stuff in his car, and he was on a high-speed chase, and he might have crashed his car in the water and was able to get away from the police. And because let me see if I can find the Fox 5 video. So they didn't catch him in the vehicle at that time after he crashed it. He had his license and stuff in the car, and they arrested him later, but the charges were dropped because they couldn't prove it was him in the vehicle at the time. So if you're on a publicized high-speed chase that's being recorded and stuff, probably not going to get away with it. Florida Highway Patrol chase jump. Okay. Oh, this one's a lot longer video. This one's 5 minutes. So, yeah. I know a lot of people that have done some things. Oh, and Converse? Really? I heard of that. Yes, I did. I saw that on the news here. That's not what I wanted. Where is it? Oh, it is Fox News. Okay. We've got news for you. Okay. No. Damn it. Hold on. I have to disable my ad blocker. Damn you, Fox News. Stop it. Hold on. Let me fix this real quick. I gotta go in my settings and then I can show you guys. Here we go. Ad block. I will turn this off. Okay. Are you happy now, Fox News? All right. So this one's a 5-minute video, and this is from. This should actually show it, because this would be the same thing that all Foxes would be playing. What the hell are you doing now? Doing picture in picture. I don't need picture in picture. I just want the fucking video. This video is playing picture in picture, but there's... You son of a bitch. Now the video is not working. Let me see if I can find it again. What a stupid thing to do. Was this the test drive one? Yeah, so she tried to steal the car from a car dealership. That's pretty stupid. And now that website's not loading. All right, let me try that again. Okay. All right, let me see. So it was working while I had the ad blocker on, but now, there we go. I don't want it picture in picture. It keeps moving it. Okay. Now I got it. Son of a, now they're playing ads. Damn you, Fox. Yeah, still going, because there's no court yet, and I have nothing. Yeah, play your stupid ads, Fox, that you just had to play. Okay, so here's the 5-minute video. Audio's much better with this one, too.
I'm behind it, 1560 behind it, southbound 826, approaching 58.
Hell nah. It's so stupid, too. Is this in Miami? Yeah. Like, why? Yeah, this is in Miami. The speed limit on the highway is only 55, too. And there's a lot of traffic. This is so close. Oh my god. Oh, they're by the airport. She's in a 2024 Honda something.
How do we take the radio to 1049? We're going to get to you. 74, that's 74. Hey, we're still southbound. It's approaching 2 Street.
Well, just hit the wall. Like, y'all aren't paying attention at all. I would have moved the fuck over.
Multiple signal 4, multiple signal 4. She's trapped inside the car.
Yeah. So this area doesn't even have a high speed limit.
She's in the water.
Like, what?
What's the direction? She's on the water on the right side. On the right side of the
There's the helicopter. Whoa. It just ended up in both of my ears. It was only one ear before. Okay, yeah. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna turn down. Got extra loud. All the people recording it for... Yeah, they're trying to record it for fucking social media and shit. They want to make sure that they don't miss it. Yeah, that's not that high of a jump. Like, I used to jump off canals shorter or just as tall as that. I'm trying to, like, go back to the article. What is this doing? Get out of here. I literally hate you, Fox. Like, okay. There's no article? Alright, just a video. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure, let's see. Northwest, let's see. Let me read. I'm pretty sure she's fine. The worst thing that would happen to her in that case would have been an alligator. Okay, so it was a 2024 Honda Civic. She went to the Honda of South Miami to test drive the car, and when the salesman got out, she took off with the vehicle. Like, what was your plan? That's what I want to know. What was your plan? Because they take your ID and stuff. So it was standstill traffic at that exit, so she hit 3 cars. The driver's side door was no longer operable, so she tried to get out of the passenger door. She opened the side door and hopped over the barrier. So they threw safety ropes to her, but she refused to grab the ropes. So then the officers had to jump in and pull her out, and one person was injured. So, yeah. Good morning, Jay. Yes. I was trying to not curse as much, but it doesn't work because these people piss me off. How did they get her out of the water? They grabbed her. They just went in and grabbed her. I would be so pissed if I went to work and then I have to jump in the water to get some dumbass that has decided to go on a high-speed chase after stealing a fucking car that you have to give your license to test drive. But like it's a little alarming how many car chases have ended with people jumping off a bridge, because when I was Googling it, there's lots of videos. So, and she's from North Carolina and was test driving a car. What is this one? A year ago, a police chase ends with somebody jumping off a bridge. We're just going to watch a bunch of police chase videos now. We're going to go down this rabbit hole because I got nothing going on today. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to look up police chases. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you so much. And Steve, I appreciate you so very much too. You guys are always been supportive of me, and I really appreciate y'all. Let's see, this is in Detroit.
Local 4 News starts now with a breaking news alert.
A wild police chase downriver with a suspect jumping off the Rouge River Bridge in a desperate effort to evade officers. And it tops our news tonight at 11. Police say this all started when some Mustangs were stolen from the Flat Rock plant.
Let's get right to Tim Pamplin, who is on the scene with a night cam. Tim.
Quite a wild scene along 75 as these Mustangs were being stolen from the Ford Lot. Brownstown Township Police were in pursuit of one of them. It ran out of gas up there. The driver jumps down here. He's seriously injured. After he jumps over, the officers come dashing around the freeway ramps to get down here. The thief was laying in some brush down there. He's now in the back of the ambulance in fairly serious condition, I'm being told. Now we've got a camera. There we go. This is looking topside, zooming into where the Mustang is conked out of gas. That's when the driver, like we say, hops out, jumps over the bridge down below. It's about 30, 40 feet down here. Again, serious injuries on him. But we've heard about these thieves stealing these hot cars from the factories around town. Well, one of them didn't get away with it tonight. That is the scene along the Rouge River Bridge with a night cam. Tim Pamplin, local.
Now, I'm very curious what his accent was. I don't think that's Australian. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so I need to look for hijacked. Hijacked school bus leads New Zealand, South African. Yeah, it's definitely not Australian or British. It's definitely something else. Leads cops on wild chase. Through corn. Damn it, cat! No! Ah! She stepped on some keyboards. Wild chase through cornfields. Oh my god. Okay, cat, come on. Ow, she just scratched me because I couldn't hold on to her. Thanks. Thanks, kitten. Thank you for that. Well, at least it didn't mess up what I was doing. She keeps wanting to jump on the keyboard, dude. Like, she's like, you're not paying attention to me. I need to cut her nails, too. They're very sharp. Of course it's in Indiana. Of course. Of course it is. Let's see. All right, so I see Law and Crimes, that one's about 20 minutes. I'm trying to... Here we go. Raw video, dramatic. Oh, this is a different one. Jesus! How many school bus corn chases have there been? Man, the world is a very interesting place. It sure is. Is this... Okay, I think this is the right one. It is crazy how many... Oh, it is... He is British. Yeah, I didn't even hear his name. Born in Suffolk. Yeah, see, I'm not very good with accents. Unless they're, something other than Britain.
Stolen school bus crossing through fields as police tried to chase it down. Tonight, a man is under
we're
arrest.
gonna rewind that.
Unusual scene in rural Indiana today. You're watching what investigators say was a stolen school bus crossing through fields as police tried to chase it down. Tonight, a man is under arrest after police tell us he stole that bus in Cincinnati and drove it about 80 miles to Shelbyville, Indiana.
Now, thankfully, no one was hurt here during this hour-long chase, but a trail of destruction was left behind, and you're seeing some of that now. That bus caused damage to police vehicles and fields. This evening, Fox 59's Max Lewis shows us multiple views of that bus's journey across state lines.
You can still see the tracks there where that school bus busted through that embankment before landing in this cornfield just south of Shelbyville. But state police tell us this wild chase started more than 70 miles away in Cincinnati, where that school bus was stolen. Video shows that school bus going on a literal field trip, kicking up dust as it tore through a cornfield in Shelby County. Then security cameras captured it barreling through the parking lot of an antique store along State Road 9.
Yeah, it came through that field, came through our lot, traveled right through here, right where we're standing, jumped back on a 9.
But it was hours earlier that state police got a call from authorities in Ohio saying that stolen school bus was heading their way. It was taken while a driver was practicing their summer school route.
They had that bus had gotten out of it briefly, and while they were outside of the bus, they saw it take off. And realized that it had been stolen.
Police say the bus jacker was 32-year-old Chad Murdoch of Cincinnati. 2 state troopers and a Batesville cop spotted him driving north on I-74. When they tried to pull him over, he kept on going and led them on a chase through Decatur County. That chase eventually entered Shelby County and went through numerous yards and fields, leaving a trail of tire tracks.
A couple of the tires eventually did hit tire deflation devices, which may have slowed the vehicle. It became disabled where it couldn't go any farther.
Murdoch's final stop was in this field where he was surrounded and taken into custody a little after 11. By that time, cops say he had left a trail of destruction to not only the land, but 3 police cruisers as well. Amazingly, nobody was injured. Most everyone, including police, say it's just hard to believe what they witnessed.
I've been a police officer a long time, and I've seen a lot of crazy things happen. And this is a first for me. I don't think I've ran into this before. Been here 10 years. Case stays pretty quiet around here, so.
Except for today.
Except for today, yeah.
Murdoch is right now sitting in the Decatur County Jail. He is facing a number of charges, including resisting law enforcement and criminal recklessness with a vehicle.
Okay, so the law and crime video I'm going to play, it is 20 minutes. It's the video. My only concern with it before was, I thought it was the people that work there talking, but if it's just a dash cam, I can't get copyright issues for that. So we're going to watch the 20-minute video and see how far we get. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. I'm just going to have to move myself down in the corner to cover up. Let's see, we're going to make it this. And almost. I just got to move myself up just a little more. So close. All right, there we go. Good enough. Oh, I wish that I could play music. I wish YouTube was more like CrimeCon, more like Kick in that sense. All right. Here we go. Let's see the corn shit show. Who the fuck steals a bus too? Like, here we go, and we're off. Yeah, I wish I could play music. There's no audio until now. Loud. Oh my god, this cat. Alright, I'm gonna turn that down a little bit because it's so loud and it's just noise. God, this cat. I mean, the person said nothing ever happens there, so like, they're bored. Then the cat's back up on the desk. I mean, how many police chases do you think these guys have done? Through a cornfield with a school bus. I would love that shit too. Dude. Ma'am. You want to watch the chase too? There you go. GTA Corn Edition. It's corn! I'm gonna look up the corn lyrics. And I'm gonna sing it. It's corn, a big lump of knobs. It has the juice, it has the juice. Can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's corn. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I tried it with butter, everything changed. Best thing about the corn is the grease. I don't know I've only heard the one part of the song. I don't know the beat. The corn break can restore your energy. I don't think I've ever looked or paid attention to the lyrics of this song. Like, have you guys seen the lyrics of this song? It's weird. The corn break can restore your energy. You really appreciate the hard work when you love something. If you or anyone loves corn, if you come to me, I can tell you about it. If I was surrounded by corn, I would eat all of it, grow big and strong. Look at this. Take a lump with the knobs, spread butter on it. Boil it and toast it with the grease. There's no grease. There shouldn't be grease with corn. The corn song. You don't know the corn song? I wish I could play it, but it's probably copyrighted. I'll put it in the chat if you want to listen to the corn song. So funny how they Okay, so this is I just shared the link of the corn song. Let me find the interview of... They just call him Corn Boy. Oh, they're splitting the royalties. That's cute. He has his own TikTok. It's Corn Boy Official. So if you want to support the Corn Kid, you can follow him on TikTok. Aw, he's a cute kid. Let me see if I can find the actual interview. Because the interview I can play. The CEO of Corn. Oh, he's so cute. Because he has a little accent. I really like corn.
Clear 4-1 is now out of the pursuit. Representative to see his commission.
Yeah, like this is a pretty crazy chase. The people in the farmhouses are probably like, what the hell? What was that? Wait, where are they? I don't even know what... No, they're in Indiana. They don't have... What kind of accents do they have in Indiana? Not that, that's Southern. Midwest. I guess it's Midwest accents in Indiana. Someone send me an Indiana accent, I have no idea. Is it redneck? I can't even see the bus anymore. I just see all the cars. Larry Bird. I'm trying to remember what Larry Bird sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like a space shuttle. Jesus. I mean, can you pit maneuver a bus? Ooh, body cam. Ah! Yeah, this is probably the most exciting thing to happen in this area in a long time. And man, the way he maneuvers that bus, dude, you could have been a school bus driver, being a productive member of society. I couldn't drive that shit. I would have flipped it already. Yeah, West Virginia, it's like these smaller towns have drug problems with meth and pills and stuff like that. There's really not a whole lot to do. And people become addicted. I know, right? The bus is like, where the hell did the bus go? Y'all slow as hell. Is that a Challenger? How do you guys lose a bus? Get the hell out of the way. Yeah, move! This is a chase! Like... And this truck's like, I'm gonna pull over. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, this is dangerous because this is a residential area. Bitch, get out the way. Semi, you better fucking stop. Do you not hear the sirens? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, yeah, move over. Can you pit maneuver a bus? Probably not. What are y'all doing? Oh, there's the bus. What the fuck? Why did he drive towards the cops? I guess they're everywhere. Yeah, right, Miss Frizzle going crazy. I wonder how many crops were ruined. Yeah, there's a shit ton of them. Now I gotta wash this shirt because my cat scratched me and I got blood on my shirt. Damn it, kitten! Beep beep. Back into the field. All right, let's go. He said, I'm gonna get it early. Yes, I've seen Nightmare on Elm Street too. Can't see shit either. Like, you literally can't even see the bus. God, imagine like working on your farm and you see like a bus and 30 freaking cops. Yeah, I remember that. Was that the opening or the ending? Yeah, not all police departments have dash cams or even body cams. Houston Police Department, a lot of them don't have it. Yeah, so I saw Nightmare Before Elm Street 2 before I saw the first one. I think it was on TV or something. Yeah, all this damage. How much corn? There's definitely some state troopers involved in this. Some of them are definitely troopers. So at least that's the state. But yeah, they're probably damaging the vehicles, suspension and all that stuff, and I just spit everywhere. Right, like this person can handle a bus driving at high speeds through a cornfield. You could have done a lot with that in life. Did you guys know that it snows in Canton? Did you guys know that? Thank you for hanging out. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Do they have stop sticks? Like, yeah, they put the spike strip, didn't work. I couldn't. Yeah, you'd be like. I would need a sports bra to drive through this. They don't have stop sticks, they just have a 2x4 with a bunch of nails in it. Oh. They're like, yep, going in that ditch. This one said, no, I'm good. I'm gonna go over here. There's no... Yeah, they didn't have to drive through the ditch. Oh, God. It's so loud. And like, they're so quiet. Like, the guy driving, total silence. Let me see if I can find coverage on it. Let me see. Oh, and he just stops? And he opens the doors? Why did you just give up? What was the point? Like, why? What was the point of that? All right, so I found a couple local news things. So I did show one before. What the hell? There's 3 chapters in this one? Wow. Okay. Let's see. Stolen bus pursuit. All right, let's see. I think I found one. Like, what the fuck? Why?
It leads to a chase that covers 2 states and involves more than a dozen officers.
Yeah, before it's over, the suspect would be pursued over interstates, back roads, and cornfields. But that's not even the most unusual part here. Wait until you see what the thief stole. WLWT News 5's Brian Hamrick joins us with the story from rural Indiana.
Well, the thief was running from police and decided to do a little off-roading. You can see the tracks here. He came through this field and over this embankment, and he wasn't real hard to follow because, well, he was driving a school bus. What plowed through this field,
It looks not good.
is a school bus stolen from a Cincinnati education system and ending in a logical conclusion. When was the last time you saw a school bus in that field?
Never. I've never seen anything like this before.
Next door to Sonny Moore's place, it wasn't just corn, but confusion growing in the field.
I am not used to this. I'm just glad there were no kids or anything on it.
Police say as the driver left Cincinnati, it was picked up by the GPS aboard as it entered Indiana. With a top speed of lumbering, the 7-ton bright yellow getaway vehicle was easier to find than it was to explain why someone would steal it.
You know, this is a new one for me. I don't think I've seen this before.
Sergeant Stephen Wheelis is with Indiana State Police. State troopers and local police tried to pull it over, but when a school bus doesn't want to stop, it can be tough.
Unfortunately, not a lot of training on how to stop a school bus, a vehicle of that size. So, some of the normal techniques that we use, don't work very well against a vehicle of that size.
After covering about 80 miles, running through fields and crashing at least 3 police cars, the wheels finally came off at this crime, and the bus too. That's when it stopped. While the thief did take the road less traveled, he'll now reap what he sows. Now police aren't exactly sure why this thief took off, drove more than an hour to get to this field, but he has a lot of time to think about it. He gave up without much trouble, and he's sitting in the county jail now. Brian Hamrick, WLWT, News 5.
Well, and a short time ago, police released the name of that suspect. Indiana State Police say 32-year-old Chad Murdoch faces multiple charges related to the chase. He's currently being held in an Indiana jail.
That is the most exciting thing that reporter has ever seen, and he's just so excited for this story. Like, this is hilarious. Like, I'm gonna cry laugh. That was the best thing that I have seen in a long time. So there was actually a police chase yesterday in Downey. So this is the end of the police chase that I'm gonna show you guys. Oh my god, that reporter was the best thing ever. I love him. Oh my god, and my cat is back.
came into an area of Downey back on Suva Street, sort of going around in circles. Moments ago, went just past the high school, fortunately slowed down through that area when there were students outside on the sidewalk, but you can tell swerving around traffic into oncoming lanes there. We'd have no reports of any accidents or anything of that nature, but we did have speeds up around 75, 80 miles an hour, according to the unit behind him on the freeway. LA County Sheriff's deputies do have a helicopter overhead as well, and now we're just in some, there is a patrol car just, that vehicle went past. Now they're just following from overhead. They don't have a unit right behind.
So they're just following it with...
Absolutely.
Is it a high-speed chase if there's not a cop behind them?
Turn now. He's going northbound.
Where the hell's the cop? Are they just following him with the helicopter and this is supposed to be a high-speed chase?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Oh my God, it was...
looks like a dramatic increase in speed. We followed it through some surface streets in a residential area in Downey. The speeds weren't too bad, and then all of a sudden on Paramount, we saw the vehicle pick up speed and get back on the freeway, at one point going around some other vehicles at an extremely dangerous rate of speed, probably 80 miles an hour on surface streets. Now we see the vehicle stopping. This is on the 5 freeway southbound, and I believe this is the Paramount on-ramp to the 5 south, and you see 2 suspects getting out. There's a helicopter overhead. It looks like they're trying to run on the freeway. I'm not certain that strategy is going to do them very well because there's a lot of patrol cars headed in this location. But the takeaway here, Philip, is that we no longer have that vehicle traveling at high rates of speed, endangering people on the freeway and in the residential area in Downey. I would think these 2 suspects will be in custody here in just a moment.
Well, Scott, it looked as if there was a car on the shoulder just a moment ago. Did that person drive away? Yeah, okay, so they've left. There for a second, I thought maybe they just pulled over and were going to get in another vehicle. But, yeah, you're right.
Goodness.
Now he's going to cross the freeway.
This guy's trying to do, if he's going to try and commandeer a vehicle or try and see if someone will stop for him. But, no, it looks like he's going to try and run across the traffic lanes. And, boy, oh, boy, is that dangerous. With this kind of volume, it's certainly probably going to be very difficult to make that. May get hit and may get killed, but this individual's desperate to get away. There are patrol cars en route, a helicopter overhead, and it looks like he's thought twice about trying to cross all lanes of the freeway. He saw the patrol car, so that stopped that. So this is going to be over here, I think, in just a moment.
Well, and then the other person is in front of him. Now, that person has not shown any desire to try to cross the freeway, but it looks as if with multiple cars, one is going to go forward and take that suspect.
Just a casual
and then we have this
stroll.
person who's just walking along the freeway. So you're right, Scott, though. They drove through a school zone at a pretty high rate of speed. They hit a couple of speed bumps. We thought for a second that they could lose control as they were driving through stop signs. But it
not
does look
even
as if
bothered.
this stolen vehicle pursuit is going to come to an end here.
Yeah, of all the places to try and get out of the vehicle and run for it, you know, the freeway is not the spot. There's no place to go. There's no place to hide. I want to open up out of the shot a little bit, just give you an idea what's happening to the freeway. This won't last long, I don't think, but they shut down all lanes of the 5 South. It's just past Lakewood Boulevard in Downey. It's not really affecting the northbound side, although some people on the northbound side are going to look at all this activity. I would think in a moment here we'll push back in. Both of these suspects will be in custody, and they'll reopen the freeway. It's hard to say how long that's going to take. There is a delay starting to build here, but I think within just a couple of moments they will open up the freeway altogether, and there they go. Open up out of your shot, Marcel, and it looks like, you know, for the most part, this is over. Nobody hurt. Stolen vehicle.
Good.
It was dangerous there for a moment or two, but it appears they're in the process of opening the freeway so folks can get by.
Well, and an advantage to that, Scott, is that even the suspects pulled over onto the shoulder, so it's not as if the officers have to move a vehicle out of lanes. So the 5 southbound exit 125, which is Lakewood Boulevard there in Rosemead, in the Downey-Norwalk area, that is going to be where you're going. If you're going to go through here, you might actually even not face anything but congestion once they've cleared this out. But at least you'll know.
Little assholes.
But yeah, that should be fairly quick. Although they will have to clear the vehicle.
Yeah, nothing else happens. I'm looking through. There's like 5 more minutes left. We don't need to watch that. But like, they just get over and they're just like, yeah, just, you know, walking casually on the highway. Nothing to see here. That car, no idea. I'm just over here. Did you see the guy? He was like on his phone and he looks back at the cop like, you know, I'm just over here casually texting. So Lindsay reminded me of a video, and I didn't know that this is Isaiah Carey from Houston, because it is a much older video. Okay, I'll see if I can find the ATV one. So he swallows this bug. It's so funny.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. The fuck? I can't see pollen. Let's get the fuck out of this country, motherfucker. I can't see me. Okay.
Country fucked up town. That's hilarious. I don't even know where he was at then. Someone said he went from speaking Harvard to Harlem in a couple of seconds. That's hilarious. All right, let me see if I can find this other one. So I'll show this other chase. I got one more video, and then, God damn, this one's 45 minutes long. Like, these guys are, yeah, these ATVs are a big problem in Miami, especially, yeah, this only happened a month ago, especially around Martin Luther King Day. They have wheels up, guns down or something, and there's like hundreds of people with ATVs just driving around causing havoc. So I am going to use the restroom in a second. Where's the video? Here we go. How close am I to being monetized? I still need like 200 more followers. So follow me. If you have multiple accounts, follow me on all of them. All right, so I'm going to start this. I'm going to use the restroom while this is playing.
Wood in the Local 10 newsroom, and we are following breaking news out of the city of Miami, where police, we understand, are following an all-terrain vehicle at one point living very close to Jackson Memorial Hospital at last check Northwest 12th Avenue and 12th Street. You can see right over there in the middle of your screen, that is that ATV that you can see Miami-Dade police are following. Likely City of Miami police are also on the case as well. Last check Northwest 7th Avenue and 8th Street. This, we understand, is an all-terrain vehicle that at one point had been driving very erratically on the streets of Northwest Miami-Dade, now in the City of Miami. The driver, we understand, wearing a black ski mask. At this point, it is not clear exactly why that driver initially was being followed, but you can see right now they are fleeing the streets and they are driving right now in the city of Miami. You can see at least one squad car behind this ATV. Thankfully, it looks like this area, at least this street right here, is fairly clear, but no doubt this is a situation that can put so many people in danger. Once again, this all-terrain vehicle traveling in the city of Miami, at one point, according to police, driving very erratically. You can see going at one point in that median, weaving around cars, and it looks like right now police have it right in front of them. It looks like this ATV is slowing down. Let's take a look. You can see Miami-Dade police behind this car, behind this ATV that right now is slowing down. It looks like they are attempting to move this car over to the ATV over to the side of the road, but it's not stopping. Now this ATV, it looks like, is traveling in the middle of the road, just barely weaving around these cars. And there you have it. That driver is not stopping. Once again, the driver of this all-terrain vehicle right now in the city of Miami with Miami-Dade police on its tail, not stopping. It looked like at one point it was making a stop, but not anymore. Right now, once again, traveling in the middle, in the turn lanes of this road. We understand at last check, this was Northwest 7th Avenue, 14th Street. So again, a very busy area. You can see Miami-Dade police behind this ATV, which they say at one point had been traveling at a high rate of speed. the driver with a mask on, and once again, just traveling away from police, attempting to make the stop. And you can see that driver is still going. As the driver goes, crosses into traffic, it looks like a couple of people were trying to cross the street. The police officers are behind it, giving it a little bit of room, because as you know, these all-terrain vehicles as well as motorcycles are nimble, and these things can put other drivers at risk. So once again, police are following this all-terrain vehicle, which at one point was traveling at high rates of speed. We understand right now this is Northwest 7th Avenue. So again, it looks like it's traveling northbound on Northwest 7th Avenue, just passing 32nd Street. So it's leaving the busy part of downtown Miami, where at one point it was right by Jackson Memorial Hospital, and now it continues to travel with police behind it. Looks like it sort of made a turn. You can see police right now behind that vehicle, that all-terrain vehicle, which has been eluding police at least for the last 10-15 minutes. If you're just joining us right now, it is 11:45, and we're following this breaking news out of Miami, where Miami-Dade police continue to track this all-terrain vehicle, which has been traveling, they say, at high rates of speed in the city of Miami, at one point near the hospital, at one point near the airport. Once again, at last check, traveling on Northwest 7th Avenue at 36th Street, continuing to travel northbound. At one point, the driver, we understand, was in a black mask, continuing to elude police, trying to stop it in the safest way as possible, because of course you don't want to put other people at risk, and it looks like they have him cornered, or at least they did, and he's continuing to flee. So once again, you're looking at live pictures right now from Sky 10 as police attempt to stop this ATV rider traveling at high rates of speed, driving very erratically. It looks like right now it's on a ramp to get on a highway. Looks like he's getting on I-95 right now. At one point, southbound 10th Avenue on the 112, and we understand that he is getting on 95 right now. So if you have any loved ones who are traveling today, I know it's spring break, a lot of kids are off, people are shopping and they're doing their thing, you might be on the road, this is what you might be seeing. So once again, Miami-Dade police following this ATV rider who now we understand has gotten on the highway, traveling at dangerous rates of speed, driving erratically at one point. Look, he's right now, looks like he's on the shoulder. This is definitely a dangerous situation for everyone involved. Police want to stop this driver, but they want to make sure that they do it in a safe way, not only for that ATV rider, but for other travelers on the road. And it looks like he's traveling sort of in that left lane, in those express lanes on I-95, dangerously close to other cars. So again, it looks like this ATV rider is on 95 northbound in the express lanes. And it looks like he is continuing to travel as police keep a safe distance. It looks like there are at least 3 patrol cars behind this ATV, and he's not stopping. At one point, he was close to Jackson Memorial Hospital. At one point, this ATV rider was near the airport. It looked like he was going to pull over a couple of times and slow down, but then he just kept going. So once again, you can see he is moving from the express lanes. He's still in the express lanes of 95 northbound. And you can see that police are behind him, and he's just not stopping. Again, this is 95. The last check was that he was passing 79th Street. So he is traveling northbound. If you have any loved ones who are on the road right now, that's what you are seeing. You are seeing this ATV rider traveling northbound 95. He just passed 79th Street, so he is heading north towards the Golden Glades, towards 95th Street, and once again, Miami-Dade police are on his tail. Not clear at this point why this driver was initially wanted, if this was some sort of traffic stop, but needless to say, he is not stopping now, and he is traveling north as Miami-Dade police are on his tail. If you've been on the road today, you might have seen some of the commotion from the air. Very likely in these situations, Miami-Dade police, they do have aviation up in the air to monitor as well. But once again, you have Miami-Dade police, at least 3 or 4 squad cars who are behind him. And at some points, it almost looks like he's slowing down, like he's going to pull over. But then he does not. And I say he because initial reports is that this is a male wearing a black mask on this white ATV, at some points traveling high rates of speed and in a dangerous manner. Anytime that a rider is eluding or trying to flee from police, it puts so many people in danger. Police want to do what they can to not only stop this person from continuing, but they also want to make sure that they have other people's safety in mind. So you can see Miami-Dade police, they are in both lanes of the express lanes. They are behind this person, probably trying to coax him to pull over and stop. At some points, it looked like he was, but now he continues to travel northbound. Once again, this is northbound 95, passing 95th Street. So he is, and actually now passing Northwest 119th Street. So he continues to travel northbound towards the Golden Glades. If you're familiar with this area, you know 95. It's hard to tell what traffic is like out there because, as you know, this is spring break for school kids in Broward and Miami-Dade counties. So the traffic pattern's a little different right now. But there he goes, and he's traveling at a high rate of speed, at least it looks like, compared to the other traffic. He is in the express lanes northbound. It looks like he's passing this white car right now, or at least he's about to. If you're joining us right now, it is 11:50. I'm Janine Stanwood in the Local 10 newsroom, and we continue to follow this breaking news. An ATV rider continuing to flee from Miami-Dade police who are traveling with him, behind him, hoping to get this person to stop. At one point, we understood that this ATV rider was riding erratically, wearing a dark mask. At one point, this guy was near Miami International Airport. And then at one point, he was near Jackson Memorial Hospital. No doubt, very busy places. Once again, he's on 95. He's in the express lanes. He is going around traffic. You can see that there are cars in the left-hand lane. He's in the right, and he's trying to pass. So this definitely puts police in a dangerous position. They are trying to stop him. They want to make sure that other cars get out of the way. They want to be able to stop him safely, and so far, this person is not stopping. Once again, we continue to track this ATV, this all-terrain vehicle, this four-wheeler that is in the express lanes of I-95 traveling northbound towards the Golden Glades Expressway, towards just passing right now Opelika Boulevard, Northwest 135th Street. Looks like he is in the left-hand lane now of the express lanes. You can see at least 2 Miami-Dade police cruisers, but we saw more than that. So the question is, as he approaches the Golden Glades Expressway, will he get on the ramp to go to the turnpike or continue to head over on the flyover and continue to travel on I-95 northbound? It's hard to say, but he's not stopping, and we are going to continue to track him as he travels northbound. And again, I'm using the word he because initial reports was this was a male rider on this ATV with a black mask on. We're still waiting on word from Miami-Dade police to see what the initial call was. But regardless of the initial call, he is not stopping, and he's continuing to travel in a northbound direction, potentially putting himself, other drivers, and police in danger. You can see those 2 Miami-Dade squad cars still behind him. The hope in any of these situations is that the rider will just voluntarily get tired of it and pull over, and the whole thing can be over. But at this point, that doesn't look like that's happening. So again, you're looking at this wide shot of 95, of this ATV rider, and it looks like he may be continuing northbound on 95, and it looks like he's going to get into those express lanes where the flyover is. I think that is what's going to happen. Unless he goes to the park and ride, and that's not what he does. It looks like he's going to continue on that flyover. So you know this area well. If you travel on 95 in the Golden Glades, this is the flyover that takes you from Miami-Dade County into Broward County. So when he dumps out of there, he's going to be close to Miami Gardens Drive, and then of course the Aventura area. So if you are in this area, if you have any loved ones who are riding around, be aware that there is a pursuit right now. Police trying to stop this guy on this ATV, this four-wheeled, sometimes these things are not street legal, no lights, and he is riding in the northbound lane. So police have him. But this puts everybody in a dangerous situation because there's not much of a shoulder on that flyover. So you can see at least 3 squad cars right there, Miami-Dade police, traveling behind this person, hoping at some point that he's just going to get tired of it and pull over. That is not the case yet. Once again, if you are just joining us, I'm Janine Stanwood in the Local 10 newsroom. It's 11:54, and we are following this breaking news out of the Golden Glades, where a rider on an ATV traveling, we are told at some points at high rates of speed and very erratically, is being followed right now by Miami-Dade police. They've been following him for a while. At one point, he was in the city of Miami. He was near the airport. He was near Jackson Memorial Hospital. He continues to travel in a northbound direction towards Broward County in this white ATV. We understand that at last check, he did have a mask covering his face. And these police officers, you can see they're keeping a distance from him, but he continues to travel in a northbound direction. And right now he's getting dumped out towards 95, where more traffic then starts to merge. And this is where things can potentially get dangerous. So once again, Miami-Dade police, they've got their eye on this guy. He's traveling pretty steadily, at least at this point. It looks like it at one point, well, no, he's not. At some points, it did look like he was slowing down. He was maybe going to stop. He was going to surrender. And then not the case. He kept going. And that's the case right now. He's traveling into the north part of Miami-Dade County. Pretty soon it'll be Aventura. And again, he's on 95. And as we've mentioned, this is spring break. So the traffic pattern's a little different now. You may have some more people out in the middle of the day, going to lunch, going to the mall. But he is continuing to go northbound, express lanes, very close to Miami Gardens Drive. And once again, Miami-Dade police are on him. And we are going to continue to follow this situation. It's potentially dangerous for everybody involved, as we know, when we see these situations, especially somebody who is riding an ATV. Typically, these are not street legal. They don't have the right lights. But he's right now continuing to travel in the express lanes northbound. We lost our shot for a second, but now we have it back, and you can see he keeps driving north. At some points, it almost looks like he is going to pull over into the shoulder, but then he doesn't. He keeps going. Miami-Dade police continue to follow him. And at this point, they have not stopped him. So bear with us. We're losing our signal for a second, but we're going to come right back to this ATV rider who, once again, is traveling northbound on 95, past the Golden Glades now. He's likely past Miami Gardens Drive, and he's probably getting very close to Ives Dairy with Miami-Dade police behind him. At one point, it looked like he was turning, and it looked like maybe they had him stopped and he had gotten tired and decided to pull over. That's not the case. And that's usually what police want. They want these people to voluntarily surrender. But instead, this person is continuing to travel. And again, we say he because initial reports is that it is a male on this ATV. And there he goes. He keeps traveling northbound. And we are continuing to follow it. You can see the southbound lanes are a little stopped up. That's usually the case. The northbound lanes are fairly clear, so that is good from a safety standpoint. But he is continuing to travel. It's hard to tell if he's traveling at a high rate of speed because there's not a whole lot of other traffic to compare it to. But he is continuing to travel northbound as Miami-Dade police are on his tail.
Janine, I'm going to jump in here. This is Christy Kruger joining you here as we get closer to the noon hour. I just want to let you know that since this person on this ATV is traveling into Broward County, we have been told that BSO has been alerted and they will be joining in this situation, this chase. Although, as you have been noticing, the officers have been staying at a bit of a distance for the safety, I'm sure, of everybody out on the roads. But this person on the ATV has been, unfortunately, our shot has left us here for a second, but here we see the officers getting very close once again to the ATV. Or was it from earlier today?
That looks like that might be from earlier.
That was earlier. This is what you were talking about earlier when this ATV driver looked like he might surrender, and now he's back on the road again, heading northbound, heading into Broward County.
In these situations, Christy, and you know it, and we've seen it, there are multiple police agencies. They have what's called, mutual aid, and, they call each other, and he was in Miami-Dade County at one point near JMH, near Jackson Memorial Hospital. Now he's going into Broward County, so you would imagine not only has BSO been alerted, but also Florida Highway Patrol as well. And he just keeps on going.
He does.
Yeah, and you know, Christy, in these situations too, anytime that there are these vehicles that are not regular cars, that are ATVs or motorcycles, there's a lot of caution that these law enforcement officers have to practice in pursuing these vehicles.
Exactly. Okay, we understand this driver is now just passing Pembroke Road, not too far away from our local 10 station, again in Broward County. This all came originally as a reckless call in about a reckless driver on an ATV going through red lights, going the wrong way in traffic, jumping up on medians, and now it's just been a pursuit northbound in the express lanes here of 95. Luckily, so far, he has not hit anybody. It hasn't hit any cars. But people are, as you have mentioned, in danger whenever these kinds of situations unfold, especially on our busy roads, 95 being one of the busiest ones. Luckily, perhaps, it is spring break, and perhaps more people are not on the roads right now. Our traffic patterns are a bit different, but certainly, as this continues to unfold, we are very cognizant of the fact that this person is putting a lot of lives in danger.
Absolutely, and that's the balance that these law enforcement officers have to strike. Think about it. They get a call about a reckless driver blowing through right lights and going over medians. This is somebody that they want to stop, but they also know that there's potential danger even in the act of stopping this person on the highway with other cars involved. And you said it, Chrissy, maybe this is a good thing that there aren't as many cars on 95 right now.
Exactly. Now, I'm not very familiar with ATVs, so I'm not sure exactly how far they can go on the gas that they've got in that vehicle. But he's been on the road for quite some time now, starting out in Miami-Dade around Jackson Memorial Hospital, going up and down a number of streets earlier, red lights, blowing through red lights, going the wrong way at times, in bumper-to-bumper traffic, but then getting on 95. And a number of officers, as we know, are in pursuit right behind him, but lots of other vehicles are also on the roads as well.
They are as well. And in fact, you don't really see police behind him yet, but a lot of times they do want to keep a safe distance. But again, they are monitoring, and often these law enforcement agencies do have aviation in the air. They're monitoring. Likely they may be looking at our chopper shot as well. And so they do know exactly where this person is on 95 in the express lanes northbound. And it looks like, at least at this part of where he is, there is more traffic on the road, at least behind him and a little bit in front of him.
Right.
And so they're
Where is a
watching
cop?
closely.
And just for any viewers watching, he's just past Sheridan. We do say he because that's what the call came in, as a man on an ATV with a black ski mask driving erratically, now past Sheridan.
Like, stop fucking explaining how many times about he. Yes. Just call him he.
Which I guess is also a bit of a blessing right now.
You don't need to
as
explain.
Once again, if you're just
Or
joining
call
us,
them
you're
them
following this
if you're
breaking
that
news
hung up
now
about
out
calling
of
him
Broward
he.
County, where law enforcement
She has said that
officers
shit
are
like 4
following an
times.
all-terrain vehicle that is right now on I-95, at one point driving erratically. The initial call, we understand, was of a driver on an ATV blowing through stoplights, going over medians, putting the public at risk. And so they are right now pursuing this vehicle heading northbound in Broward County, at one point in Miami-Dade County, near the airport, near the hospital, and he continues to travel northbound. And there's FHP, you can see in the left-hand lanes with lights and sirens on. So it's not exactly clear what will happen if this FHP trooper is going to try to do some sort of maneuver, but likely not any kind of a pit maneuver. And there he goes on the right-hand side of the street. And he's exiting, exit 22. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, he is now turning westbound.
Turning westbound, we understand this is Sterling Road, I believe is what I'm hearing from our assignment desk. Westbound on Sterling Road. Looked like FHP was going to try to pull him over. And there he goes. Now he's on surface streets, which absolutely can be.
And going at a very high rate of speed.
Very high rate of speed.
Blowing through all kinds of intersections right now. Again, this is on Sterling Road westbound. If you do know people in this area, you might want to alert them. It's coming up on a car here and getting boxed in a bit, but that's the thing about these ATVs. They can maneuver quite easily around these other cars and vehicles on
And
the
you
road.
can see there was a helicopter, law enforcement helicopter that just passed ours, so they're no doubt monitoring him by the air. They know exactly where he is. Now it's just a matter of stopping him and doing it safely. And at this point, oh wow, Christy, I mean, this guy.
Yeah, I'm holding my
this is
breath.
not good.
I know you are as well. We've seen this too many times and not end well. So we're hoping for the best here, that all the other drivers on the road are safe.
Well, and the problem too is that, you know, law enforcement, they want to stop this guy, but he's on an ATV.
Oh, there's a
can't tell if he's
trooper.
wearing any kind of helmet or not.
It did not look, there was a tighter shot that we had earlier, and it does look like just the ski mask, not a helmet.
Right, and so his life is in danger, others' lives are at risk as well, and law enforcement, they're trying to stop him safely, and I don't know how the heck you do it. And that's why this puts everybody just in such a bad predicament.
It's interesting, it looks like he actually has lost that, oh, there it is, that officer who was behind him on the interstate, and we just saw him just weave.
Oh, he almost messed up. Get closer to the mic, sweetie.
Yeah.
Now he's traveling eastbound on Sterling Road.
Is that Alexis? It's a little hard to hear her.
Yeah, I think, Alexis, we need to get your mic back on.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but again, this driver on the ATV, as Alexis was saying, is traveling eastbound with an FHP trooper close on his heels.
Yeah, he thought he was eluding FHP on the highway by getting off on Sterling Road, but there's FHP right behind him. And so now this is what troopers have trained to do so extensively, and it's just such a hard thing because again, you have to sort of weigh stopping this guy and putting him and others at risk as well.
It's not as easy as a pit maneuver that they're trained to do with regular vehicles.
Right.
This is an ATV.
Yeah, I don't
and
think
this
you
guy
can
is
pit
exposed,
this.
with just a ski mask on, so it's a little harder to stop him, I assume, and do so safely, as well as not put others' lives at risk as well.
Well, and then law enforcement also have to think about this too. So you have troopers, you have cops with lights and sirens behind you, and you're not stopping, and you're continuing to weave in and out of traffic. So then it makes you wonder, you know, what else is he capable of doing? How else can he potentially behave recklessly if that's the case?
Sure.
And you can see right now he's sort of getting over. He's in the right-hand lanes. It looks like he's trying to get back on I-95. And of course, ATV, there he is. He's on the grass.
He's on the grass, getting around all these folks. Again, as you mentioned, it looks like he's trying to perhaps get back on 95.
Yeah, I think that's the ramp back onto 95, I think. All right, let's see where he is.
Kind of lost him here underneath the overpass.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like that was an on-ramp.
God
onto
forbid you
I-95,
guys
and he
stop
just
talking
moved
for
past
2
everybody
seconds.
to get back on. So well, there he is. Is that him? Yeah, there he is.
There he is. And so now, again, going back to, I believe, the northbound lanes. Get ourselves twisted around here a little bit, but I believe he's getting back in the northbound lanes.
Yeah, we think this is northbound. I'm listening to some of what our assignment desk is saying, and I do believe that this is still northbound.
And it was an interesting choice to get off the interstate and now hop back on, weaving in and out of traffic. We saw him. Clearly, this driver of this ATV not caring about where or what direction he goes in, and getting back on this interstate is a very interesting choice. He was on those express lanes for quite a while when he made this cross-county run here, and police, it looks like we can't see any police vehicles behind him. There it is. There's that trooper coming up on his tail there. But again, it's going to be almost like how would they get him to stop? Apparently,
it's going to run out of gas soon.
They're actually illegal to be on public roads in Florida. So it's interesting to see how this even started, this chase. But of course, we're going to get those details once this chase can come to an end, and hopefully a peaceful end with no one getting hurt.
It looks like it almost looked like he was sort of turning back for a second, looking at this FHP trooper who's behind him, who continues to maintain a steady distance behind this ATV rider. But it does not look like he is pulling over, and he just got over one lane to the right.
Getting very close to Griffin and then of course the 595 overpass. Wonder if he'll try to make a move and do something on 595.
And he's getting
he's getting off on that
maybe
595 exit.
Looked like he was going to get off, but he's still on, and he's in those right-hand lanes. And that trooper's behind him. You know, these FHP troopers, they train extensively to be able to keep a visual on these people that they are trying to stop, and do it in a way that they don't put other people at risk. I mean, this is very skilled driving, that you are keeping one eye on a suspect who's driving erratically, and also driving in a way that you're not crashing into other people on the highway.
That's exactly true. If folks are just joining us as we watch this slow speed, well, actually, at times it's been a high-speed chase along
at
I-95,
times, yes,
northbound, just north of 595. We know this began in Miami-Dade about maybe an hour or so ago with a call coming in about an ATV driver on a white ATV with a black ski mask driving erratically, going through red lights, going the wrong way, endangering others. And it began in Miami-Dade, through the streets of Miami-Dade, then getting on the express lanes of 95, and now in just the regular lanes of 95, again getting close to like Davie Boulevard, Broward Boulevard.
This is close to Broward Boulevard. This is an exit that I'm really familiar with near Davie Boulevard. So if he's heading in that area, you know, someone who gets on the interstate from there, just tells them to be on the lookout, because this chase is now entering near that Davie Boulevard exit, approaching Broward Boulevard. And then, as Christy mentioned, it will go towards Oakland Park. So if you know anyone who's traveling in that area, just let them know that there is a high-speed chase happening in their area. This driver looks like he is picking up speed out there now on 95, because at one point that trooper was very close to him, and that is no longer the case. Now he is getting off on Davie Boulevard. This is right near Windsor Moore. If you are traveling,
Getting closer to Broward.
Area. Let's see which direction that he ends up going, because if you travel near west, that is where a lot of businesses and homes are on those westbound lanes. If he traveled east, that's towards the beach and a bridge out there. So this is a very important intersection.
That was close.
This is very dangerous,
call
as you can see. Yeah, that intersection is very busy on Davie Boulevard. Now he's traveling on those westbound lanes just to hop right back on 95. We've seen this actually play out just a few moments ago, and now he's doing the same thing where he gets off. I think that's his tactic to lose the trooper out there. Now
He's gonna run out of gas soon.
On 95.
And we did see, as we were watching this unfold, that the southbound lanes were a lot busier. Okay,
he's going to go in the opposite direction.
Yikes!
Oh my gosh!
So he's traveling
He's
in
a
the opposite
moron.
direction. This could be very dangerous for not only him, but definitely that trooper out there who's in a larger vehicle.
And all of those innocent drivers who are just trying to make their way to work or to wherever they're going, and they are watching this guy go the wrong way on the off ramp there.
So again, this is right near Broward Boulevard. It looks like that exit right there under that overpass is on that Davie Boulevard exit that he got off of. So we actually don't have sight of him right now, or that trooper. That overpass really blocking our view here, but Sky 10 is zooming out to try to find out where this ATV rider has gone at this hour.
Well, the question is, has he stopped? And that would be good news if he did.
Absolutely.
Especially driving in the wrong direction of the traffic flow there.
We're all watching this as you at home are watching this unfold.
I don't know where he went.
Now it's in Broward County, right near Davie Boulevard, but we have lost track of this ATV driver at this point.
How dare you?
See if, with any luck, he has stopped the vehicle and it has gotten off, and hopefully this will end safely for everyone involved.
We are hearing that possibly other drivers might have him stopped, but he is moving again. It looked like maybe he had gotten stopped up.
Really? I don't see people in Miami doing that.
I believe that he is on the move again. And
there he is.
And he is traveling in the wrong direction. You guys, this is so dangerous.
You just hate to see this happen.
Tell us again how dangerous it
He is
is.
going northbound in the southbound lanes.
We know that there was a trooper right behind him when he made that illegal U-turn to go in the opposite traffic flow, but we have not seen that trooper since. I mean, this is a very obviously dangerous situation.
Oh God.
The people who are just driving there, it looks like some people are actually stuck in traffic, so maybe this will slow him down and hopefully gets him to stop. He is now going under that overpass.
Someone send her at the source.
Is it making an exit?
He's on the shoulder there.
Harrowing would be another word.
So he's now in the express lanes for people traveling southbound. And that's just to one lane. That's numbered down to
You know,
one
in
lane.
speaking to veteran law enforcement, I can tell you right now, veteran state law enforcement, this is one of their biggest concerns and one of the biggest dangers on the highway are these ATV riders, because they are very maneuverable, because they a lot of times will sort of congregate and then they get up on the highway. If they're not stopped on surface streets, they get on the highway, and then this is what happens. And so it puts troopers at risk, it puts other drivers at risk. I mean, you're not going to have FHP going the wrong direction in a big car with lights, you know, trying to stop this guy.
Right. So at this point, they're just monitoring probably from the air as we are, watching exactly where this driver goes. Again, he's going on the shoulder lanes here of the southbound lanes, but he is going northbound. But he is dangerously close.
Oh
to
my God.
southbound. And we did notice that. Look at how much more traffic there is in these southbound lanes. Now he's doing what? Getting off here?
Treacherous.
He's definitely riding that
Threatening.
shoulder lane.
Menacing.
In the express lanes, yeah. Now that is just open.
Risky. Perilous. Hazardous. Unsafe. Precarious.
Southbound. He's
He's
driving
going
north.
Yeah, he's
in the
going
southbound
northbound,
lane.
But I'm not sure what street he just went
yeah.
over. I'm not sure if that was Broward or perhaps Oakland Park, because he's been going for a little bit of time now.
The last
Oh,
time we
Sunrise.
checked, he was
Okay,
near
thank you.
Broward.
Somebody said Sunrise. So I
Sunrise
appreciate that.
Boulevard
So he's
in
just
Fort
north
Lauderdale.
of Sunrise Boulevard in the southbound lanes, but going northbound past Sunrise.
It looks like he continues to go at a pretty good clip.
Yes, he does.
Once again, in the wrong direction, in the shoulder, putting so many people at risk. We did see law enforcement helicopters above. So they are monitoring him. They know exactly where he is.
And when Sky 10 pans out, you can see he lost that trooper. The trooper is not telling him as close as he was
Well,
this entire chase.
I think Janine made a good
Where
point.
the hell
that
is the
trooper's
police?
Probably not going to go in the wrong direction and put everybody at risk. So they're monitoring now from above, because that's the safest thing to do, and that's what they're trained to do.
Of course, law enforcement, whenever they deal with these ATVs, they want to get them on the surface streets before they get on the highway, which doesn't mean that they can't pose a lot of risk and be extremely dangerous when they're on surface streets as well, as we just saw a few minutes ago. And there he is.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get
Everyone drives through those anyway. They just bend over. They don't cause any damage.
And now he's on the shoulder, at least going in the right direction, but now he's on the shoulder going the other way. He's doing everything he can not to get pulled over. But at some point, he's going to have to stop. At some point, he's going to run out of gas.
Yeah, he's going to run out of steam here at some point. I know, as I said, I'm no expert on ATVs, so I'm not sure how long they can run at any given time. But he has been going for quite some time now at a high rate of speed in Miami-Dade, in Broward County.
Dangerously.
So at some point, he's going to run out of gas.
And this has to come to an end. I mean, I just couldn't understand how much longer he can hold on to this.
What the fuck kind of
especially now that
commentary
he's in
is
that slower
this?
Traffic. I'm sure troopers are probably aligning those exits there. So let's make sure that if you live in this area in Broward County, again, we mentioned he was last near Sunrise, but now that he's traveling back, there is an exit. Yeah, he's passing Sunrise Boulevard. That is the exit he just got off of, still riding that shoulder lane there before now maneuvering into those main lanes of that exit there. And this gets dangerous because once you get off an exit, there's an intersection where traffic, goes depending on the lights. But this guy clearly does not care about what the traffic signal
you
says.
think?
He has
No regard for the traffic.
I can't imagine that he has that much more gas in that tank.
Exactly. Okay, so he's going westbound, if I'm getting my directions correct. Westbound on is this Sunrise Boulevard?
Yeah, westbound on Sunrise Boulevard.
What's the exit that he got off?
All right, so now busier, a little more traffic here that he's going to have to maneuver around. But again, with these ATVs, they actually are a little more maneuverable and can go up on medians and sidewalks and everything else.
They're trying to stop him.
We'll be at those exits waiting for him. They tried to stop him right there, but this guy is hard to slow down.
And again, continuing to go at a high rate of speed here, westbound on Sunrise Boulevard. I know you're by the assignment desk there, Janine, and if you have anything else that you can add, just jump in anytime.
No, I'm, again, we're watching like you are, and at this point, he's back in Broward County, the Broward Sheriff's Office. They've been alerted to this. They have a chopper in the sky. They have their own aviation that they're monitoring as well. But again, I believe he's still westbound on Sunrise Boulevard.
I think you're right.
And, as he continues to go westbound, he's going to run into traffic. And so he gets off, and it looks like he's getting off. He's at a KFC right now, maybe in a parking lot. He's trying to cut through.
Yeah, cutting through. Oh, there's going to be a car right there. Yikes. All right, so now he's on some side and surface streets here.
Yep.
Still riding the sidewalk because it's hard to do what he's doing on those main lanes. But again, this guy is now on those main lanes. Where he's not on Sunrise Boulevard any longer.
So now he took a right, so he's northbound, but I'm not sure what this main street is northbound at this point. We'll have to see a sign here in a
Yeah,
moment.
we don't have yet where exactly he is.
And as we're watching this, as Janine mentioned, there's a Broward Sheriff chopper in the sky watching and monitoring as well. That's how they were able to try to stop him once he got off Sunrise Boulevard. But of course, we're all monitoring this to see where he goes. But clearly, this guy must be familiar with the area because of the route he's taking on these back streets.
Yeah, and it looks like there was a little utility work on the
It
side
all
of the road.
connects unless it says no outlet.
And so he's continuing to ride, and it looks like, yeah, he's next to a truck. He's getting in the left hand lane. It looks like he's traveling once again at a high rate of speed. And we understand that that was the initial reason why this call went out. Somebody called and said, hey, there's an ATV that's riding erratically. Police tried to stop it. He was able to make it onto the highway. At one point, he was near the airport. He was near Jackson Memorial Hospital. He was on the flyover. And now he is in Broward County. And he's in these turn lanes, driving very erratically in the left-hand lane. We've seen him jump curbs. We've seen him in medians. We've seen him blow lights. And we use the word he. I know, Christy, you
Oh my God!
The initial call was that he was a male on an ATV with a mask on his face. And so again, right now, law enforcement all over South
many
Florida have been alerted to
times
this guy. And he
are
is
you
just
going to
continuing
explain
travel at a high rate
calling
of speed. These ATVs, their
them
gas
a
tanks aren't that
he?
big. So at some point, he's going to have to run out of gas.
Yeah,
This is over an hour.
This has been going on for at least about an hour since the call initially came in. Again, this is northbound lanes. He does appear to be slowing down just a
31st
little bit.
Avenue is what we've just been told. Those northbound lanes of 31st Avenue passing Northwest 19th Street. So if you have family in that area, just definitely tell them.
Oh my God, stop saying that too.
One of the scenes that we talked about.
And that
Maybe
is
it is.
definitely
It's pulling
slowing
over.
down. And that is that police cruiser. It looks like that same one that stopped.
You just pulled over?
Unmarked, you can see.
That unmarked.
You can see law enforcement now getting out.
Tackling
Looks like
to
they're
the ground.
Getting him to the ground.
He's kind of covered by the tree, but at this point it looks like he's not putting up a fight.
No. No.
How the hell do you
law enforcement
know?
officers
Can't
in
see.
unmarked vehicles now getting out. It looks like finally this thing may have ended peacefully without, thank God, putting other drivers at risk.
Like,
Exactly.
why?
This is definitely the best outcome we could have hoped for. It doesn't look like, and anyway, from what we saw, that any other drivers or their cars were damaged or injured. People weren't injured in this, and this guy finally, because likely that ATV just ran out of gas an hour or so into this chase, pulling over to the side and being cuffed there on the side.
Wait,
of
is
the
that a
road
helmet?
by police peacefully. Thank goodness.
Law enforcement
Thank
officers
goodness.
in tactical gear, they have them on the ground. If you're just joining us, this is the end to a police pursuit that spanned into Broward County from Miami-Dade County at one point, going past the airport, Jackson Memorial Hospital, an ATV driver weaving in and out of traffic at some point going the wrong way at a high rate of speed, but you can see it has now come to an end.
Oh my God. Yeah, I am hungry. I am really hungry. Wow. If I heard dangerously one more time, I was absolutely going to lose my shit. But like, yeah, just use other words. And like, if you don't feel comfortable calling them a he, don't call them a he. If you don't, like, don't explain it 7 damn times. Oh my God. I've never heard a reporter do that before. And yeah, I am really hungry. I haven't eaten. I made sure the animals ate. So I'm going to show you guys one more video of a good Samaritan. And then I am going to go eat food. But like, I hate repetitive things that are unnecessary to be repetitive. And like, there's so many other ways to explain what they were saying. But the fact that she kept calling it dangerous, and it's like, no shit. But use another word. If I took a shot every time she said dangerous, I'd be dead. But yeah, I get annoyed very easily with stuff like that. I don't like repetitiveness, and I don't like weird holes and stuff. I have that whole thing. Yeah, and stating the obvious. Well, I mean, it's good for the blind, right? Like describing the police in tactical gear, have them on the ground. Well, no shit, we can see that. Um, but if you're blind, the TV will describe to you what's happening. So, yeah, hey, there's a high-speed chase, and they said call your friends and family multiple times, and it's a he because it was a he earlier. Okay, it's either a he or it's not. Just call them if you're not sure. Like, oh, the lip smacking in the Karen Reed trial. I can't. Oh my God, that shit drives me insane. I also get irrationally angry. Um, makes me irrationally angry with like chewing noises and whistling and stuff like that. So like lip smacking drives me nuts. And the whole thing, I don't know if was it tryptophobia or however, um, like whatever it's called. If you Google like, phobia of holes, I have that. Um, and it's gotten worse the last couple years. And I don't know, it's probably just something attached to my anxiety, traumas coming out in a weird way. I used to like check my locks and stuff all the time, check the ovens. I don't do that anymore. So now I have this issue with holes. So like lotus root, the lotus flower, like that thing with holes in it, and like, but it's only very specific things that bother me. Like hockey masks don't bother me. Leopards, thank God. I love animals. Um, but like so many times something has showed up on my YouTube, like a foot with like holes in it or something. It drives me absolute. It does. It makes my like bones itch almost. But for the first time yesterday, it made me nauseous. We were watching some anime thing, and like the person got a disease or something where they got holes in it, and like they showed the person with the holes, and I had to cover my eyes, and it made me nauseous for the first time ever. In most of the time, it does not impact me at all, but it's it's those damn creators that make the thumbnails with something with holes. They know it's going to trigger somebody. Like, why? Why is that the thumbnail? So then I have to put not interested or block the channel. Uh, and then, yeah. So I have that. And then chewing and whistling and all that shit drives me nuts. Um, yeah. So that's how my anxiety presents itself. So that's fun. Coral doesn't bother me. Like natural patterns don't bother me, but like the lotus flower, like if you Google the whole phobia, like that's the example that it gives as the uh, lotus flower thingy. So on YouTube, like I can't even show you because then I have to Google it. Okay, let me Google it. YouTube thumbnail. Ew. I can't find. Mm, oh. Oh my God, I'm gonna like throw. Okay, so this wasn't what I was talking about, but uh but this thumbnail, I don't know if you guys can click that. Uh where did it go? Oh God. I'm trying to share it. Oh, it's gonna show up in my. Yeah, so this is actually a tryptophobia infected foot is so like that's the literal thing. Oh God, now it's gonna show up in my preview. Like, but yeah, so like that, but like It's smaller holes. Okay, so I need to block. Can I block this channel? I don't ever want to see it again. So like, yeah, previews like that uh make me it's still there. Oh god. It's like this intense disgust reaction to it. So it's like normally the thumbnails that I see aren't that bad. They're much smaller holes and not like weird coral things. Well, I think it just helped my appetite. I'm not so I got goosebumps. I don't know if you guys can see, but yeah. All right. Whew. Yes, like what is that? Why does that exist? Ugh. I'm definitely going to eat some cheese and crackers. I'm going to go do that. Yeah, it's like most normal people can see it, but it doesn't bother them. But it literally gives me a reaction. It's so gross. Okay, so yeah, so it just started making me nauseous yesterday. This is also the second time that that's interesting. Hopefully there's no weird things at CrimeCon that make me nauseous. All right, Good Samaritans.
Oh my goodness, take a look at that. An intense water rescue caught on camera over the weekend. Now only on 6, a Good Samaritan who jumped in to help. Well, they're speaking out.
NBC6's Lena Saltzping has the story behind that video and that man who jumped in to help out. Lena, what did he have to say?
Well, he tells us he wasn't the only one that went into the water. 2 other Good Samaritans followed behind him and jumped in the water to help save that kid. He said that parental instincts just kicked in and there was nothing else that he could do. Seth Stern says jumping in the water was his only option.
He was arms up in the air, flailing, yelling for help.
On Sunday, Seth was at the Boca Raton Inlet with his camera filming boats for work when he heard a cry for help in the water.
I yelled for him to swim sideways to us on the rocks so we could just grab him, and his response was, "I can't, I don't have the energy."
After waving down the lifeguards, Seth took matters into his own hands, and video shows him climbing over rocks before jumping in to help the teen who was struggling to keep his head above the waves.
There's a really strong rip current underneath the water that he was stuck in by being close to the rocks, and that's why he was struggling so hard.
2 other men followed, and the 3 of them dragged the teen back to safety.
I'm not sure how it would have played out if we were not here.
Seth says that he has no formal lifeguard training, but he has 2 young children, and the instinct to help just kicked in.
I did what any parent would do. I jumped in.
The lifeguards at the Boca Raton Inlet also swam out to assist. Today, Seth says he is feeling grateful.
There are cuts and scrapes all over my body, but if that's the price to pay to save a life, I would do it again without second guessing.
Good person.
So you heard just a few scratches and a few scrapes here and there, but otherwise everybody that was involved is okay. Meanwhile, he also tells us that he would love to meet the person that he helped bring out of the water. For now, reporting in Boca Raton, Lena Salzbank, NBC6 News.
Boca Raton. Oh, that pill tastes gross. Yeah, so that's fun. You guys got to see my phobia in action, right? So, ooh, Wendy's. Yummy. Bring out the olives. Yes. So I think this is what I'm going to do. In an hour, so 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern, I'm going to go on Kick, and I'm going to look for some of those Maury clips so I can show those. But since I'm going to start the Menendez trial, I have a documentary that I wanted to stream on Kick about them. So I will do that in about an hour if you guys want to join me on Kick. But I'm going to look for those Maury clips and then totally play Maury clips before the documentary. So if you're not following me on Kick, there's the link to my link tree. So yeah, follow me on Kick and we'll watch some stuff in about an hour. So yeah, 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern. I always have to think. Like the time zone messes me up, and I've lived over here since 2015. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me so long this morning. I love you all. And I will hopefully see you soon on Kick. I will be back Saturday with a crime recap and Monday on my channel for the Ashes to Advocacy. Yeah, turn on your notifications. Hopefully they work. And I will see you guys there. Bye.